Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Virginia City Council Chambers. This is a special scheduled council meeting. I will call this meeting to order. Today's date is Wednesday, April 7th, 2021. The time is 8 a.m. We have a full agenda, and the primary agenda items are related to the MECC facilities capital purchases and discussion items. And I will ask Pam to take the roll call.
Baraboo,
Present.
Friedlieb,
Here.
Paulson,
Here.
Yondich,
Present.
Johnson,
Here.
Baranzelli. Here. Huffy.
Hey, present. Thank you. Who do we have on the line, Britt?
Tracy Lundeen, Brian Lindsay, and Tyler Lundeen.
Okay, Brian Lindsay, Tracy Lundeen, and Tyler Lundeen. And in the audience, we have our City Administrator, Britt C. Bennis, our Financial HR Director, Sherry Erickson, our Planning Development Coordinator, John Sullivan. We have our Park and Rec Director, Brian Silber. We have two representatives from DSGW, Eric Wedge, and this Julie Spearing. And so, and then I imagine others may join us on Zoom as well. So we'll move to item number 1A on the agenda is review proposals and requests for approval for the MECC security camera system. And we do have some brochures here or some hard copies if a counselor needs to look at a copy. And we'll open that up for discussion. Brian?
Thank you, Council. This is one of the systems that you guys did receive a presentation on. We ended up receiving two bids that we were able to accept. We did receive a third bid that came in late that our attorney has advised us not to accept. It also would not be allowing us to compare apples to apples as it is a different system. DSGW has vetted out all of these, so at this point, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Eric to explain that process.
Thank you, Brian. Eric Wedge, DSGW, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to apologize and correct Brian. We only received one legitimate bid for this package. We did not receive two. So the other bid was late and didn't follow the requirements. So your low bidder was Permar Security out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. That was the security system that, as Brian had said, we had the demonstration on the cameras and also the demonstration that day on the access control. So the first bid price for $276,300 is the access control portion of it. So that would be all the card access to all the perimeter doors of the MECC, and there are several interior doors that have that electronic card access too. The second portion of the bid is for the video surveillance system, and that's where we spent a majority of our time with our special presentation reviewing the digital watchdog system, a system that you guys currently have in place at the Tennis for All building, and is that the only other facility?
Fire station, Veterans Park.
So you have it all over the city. And that purchase price came in at $124,800. We were requested by staff to put in the bid documents a lease option. And that lease option are the other two numbers in your bid price. You could lease you could purchase the system on a 5-year lease for $216,000 for the access control with a $1,990 a month lease payment. It's for 5 years. The other system for security would cost you $83,700 with a lease payment of $1,425. If you recall, we did have a meeting. At that special meeting, there was a request for adding additional cameras, and Permar has given a per camera price for those additional cameras. So if we were to purchase an additional Fisheye camera, it would be $3,970. On a lease, it would be $3,235. And then just one of the standard cameras that we reviewed, it would be $3,460. And lease price would be $2,980. As you recall, some of the additional cameras that were not in the original bid price that we talked about adding would be some mid-track on the MECC side, so that would be an additional 2 probably. I would recommend we'd go with the fisheye cameras there at the mid-levels of the track, so you have 100% coverage of the track. If you remember correctly, we had 4 cameras in each corner of the MECC or around the walking track, and the view as you get to mid-level would be somewhat distorted. So if you wanted more coverage there. And then it was requested to put 3 additional cameras, 1 in each of the fitness rooms or fitness centers. And again, I would recommend, based upon the presentation, that we would go forward with a fisheye lens camera there. So with that, those are the bid results. I guess I would look for, our recommendation letter was to award to Permar. And they are a qualified bidder. You are working with them currently in the city. And I would ask that more on a city council, city staff side, whether you would want to do the direct purchase option or the lease option with the 5-year terms.
Thank you. I have one question before we start the process with the councilors. You had indicated that the current system is in place at the fire hall and at the Veterans Memorial Park. Is that correct?
Correct. And a few other locations throughout town. We are migrating our cameras from the system that does
So
not work.
my
to this
question
system.
is that we are, over time,
Slowly
replacing that Mickey Mouse system that we were sold before and replacing it with the state-of-the-art, high-tech Permar systems, right?
Not the cameras necessarily, but we are moving them over to the system that we can actually access the cameras as they are running.
Right, so are we leasing those 2 cameras?
No. The system, we are on the digital watchguard system. So we have a license fee for every camera. We're adding cameras on. So the license fee is being paid to be on digital watchguard. The problem wasn't with the cameras themselves, the problem was with the software that we were
Correct,
using.
yes, yeah, I misspoke, yes, the
Yep,
software.
So we're moving off that software platform that was not working, has not been working for years, continually, consistently, to a better platform, which is the
Thank you
digital
very
watchguard.
much.
Yep.
Councilor Beyondich?
The lease versus purchase, with the change in technology so rapid, if we were to lease, would that save us in a long run if there's an upgrade, or is it, when you purchase outright, you have the warranty, you have that. If you lease, is that still part of the package?
Either way, if we're going to upgrade cameras in the future, there will be a cost. In my opinion, the benefit of doing the lease is with technology. I think we have all seen that sometimes technology is great and sometimes it can be a huge headache. When it's a huge headache, with the lease, we have Permar who is responsible for fixing the camera. If we have an electrical surge and the camera gets fried on the lease, even if it's 4 years from now and the warranty has gone out, Permar replaces that camera. If we own it and the warranty's gone out, it's on us to replace the camera, if that makes sense.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Beyondich. Councilor Johnson?
Yeah, that was my first question. My second question is when we're doing the lease, the monthly payments, as we're getting our 1% tax in, some of that, if it's over what we predicted for the yearly bond payments, we're putting that in for future maintenance and that kind of stuff. That's what that tax money can be used for, if I remember correctly, or?
We're putting it into dedicated fund, are we not, Sherry?
It isn't a dedicated fund, and we cannot use it until the end of the 20-year term.
Okay, so that could go for future leases for this, because if it's a 5-year lease, I'm guessing we would renew every 5 years or so, and I think that we've learned, or I've learned, over the last 4+ years, that leasing seems to be a better option for our vehicles and for everything else. And the price is better. I mean, it's a $60,000 savings based on what, I'm just doing some rough math here. And I don't understand why we would do anything else but a lease. Having that built-in support, I think is the right option. And we've already seen the whole, how it works, why it's gonna work, that it can connect to everything else, that there's phone apps for our police department. I think this is it's a perfect system as of now, and that they're not gonna sell us and run is key. I appreciate knowing they're gonna be around. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Bearable.
Yeah, Eric, taking a look at this bid tabulation, where did they come up with that $19.90 per month? That doesn't add up in math when you divide it by 60 months. It's over $3,000 a month. It's 60 months in a 5-year lease. How the heck they get $19.90? It doesn't calculate out at all. It's over $3,000 a month when you divide that by 60. But the overall package for leasing is about $20,000 more than the, well, it's less than that even, when you put the two bids together.
I would have to get back to you and ask Permar. Permar, this was what they provided on their bid form,
I
so.
don't know how they divide. If you divide 216,400 by 60.
Mayor, if I may, what that monthly fee is, when there's a lease, you have to pay for a monthly fee for maintenance and monitoring. So anytime a door lock goes down, they're also notified, or anytime a camera goes down, they're also notified. So you pay for that 24/7 monitoring when there's a lease. When you enter into a lease with them, that is required that you pay the monthly monitoring fee for that. It also
How come that isn't included in the lease portion?
It's only in the lease portion. It's not included in the lease dollar amount. It's a monthly separate fee that gets billed separately.
Well, that
And then
makes a
lease.
difference of what we do, whether we lease
Correct.
or whether we, because we buy it outright, that monthly fee disappears, right?
Correct, and we're basically on our own.
I have a hard time when you don't have the right figures in front of you to
But that's
do
the correct
this.
figures chart. That $19.90 a month is what you'd have to pay per month for, while you're on the lease, in addition to the dollar amount.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, what the dollar amount is for the,
$19.90 times 60.
how much is it?
Let me look here, I'll add it up quick.
Well, how come we don't have those numbers? That's turning me off. I'll have to be honest with you. I don't sit here as a counselor and can't have right numbers in front of me
Well,
when you divide.
we'll get the number for you here, Counselor Bearable.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't do any good. I'd like to see it in front of me on a tabulation sheet.
And we can
That's where we
provide,
get ourselves in money trouble, when we don't see all these numbers before we approve something.
yeah, we can get that provided for you.
$119,400. Over 5 years. Above and beyond the 216,400.
Okay. Go ahead to somebody else, Mayor. I'm just going
Okay.
to calculate here.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Bearable. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually was going to address the numbers. So 216, okay, so on base bid A1, does that match up? That's the purchase, and then the base bid B1 is the lease option, and those are the same?
Correct.
Okay, so how come on the lease it's 216, on the buyout it's 276?
You get to, the buyout is more expensive up front. The lease option is less expensive up front, but you have your operating costs for 5 years with Permar. So that is the difference. So I'm not here, and I don't think staff would be here to say that the most economical option, day one, is the purchase option. You're going to pay more for the lease option, but you get that 5 years of service with them where anything goes wrong, you guys don't have to troubleshoot it. Permar will send a tech up and troubleshoot it. Camera goes down, door lock goes down. So it was requested that we give you guys both options to kind of look at.
And
So-
then if the lease option is chosen, at the end of the lease, is there a buyout value? Sometimes they go like for $1 or $1,000, or is there a buyout at that end of the term?
That was not part of their term agreement in the bids that we received, so. if
So
it-
once the lease
Normally,
is,
there's no buyout. It's you own it at that time. They come to you after the 5 years and ask, like with our door lock system, we approve the lease for that. Once the lease is up, they come to us and say, do you want to upgrade to a new system, or are you happy with what you have? You now own it. It's up to
so
you.
we
to
would
decide.
technically own it then after that 5-year lease? Okay, and there's no buyout or anything
No
like
extra
that?
additional dollars, no.
Okay, so what we're, and nothing else is figured in here on the additionals, that the recommendations you're asking, nothing is added in to that price. So it would be additional for the lease and additional for the product itself, the 216,000.
Correct. That was the alternate prices that we did, the alternate prices for you, so that you would have them à la carte, so you guys could pick and choose. Do you want to have a fisheye camera in each of the fitness centers? We would have to add that to this bid price. Do you want 2 or 4 additional cameras in the arena? We would have to add that price to it.
Okay.
And I didn't make a recommendation. I wanted you guys to à la carte and pick. So, you know, if you could tell me, I mean, I know the 8 cameras that we talked about, and I could quickly add the math, so.
So after we have a discussion and then we pick out how many more additional cameras, will Permar come back and give us a finalization?
They can, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Paulson. Back to Counselor Bearable.
Yeah. Can I ask one more question, Brett, on this? Was 119,000 on the base bid B1, was that for that package and not including the video service lease option? Is that more money, or is that the two together?
That was them separately, so one was for the cameras, and then the
What was the?
video one, we'd have to do the math on that, so. It'd be 85,500 for the lease option of the, I had that back, 85,500 for the video surveillance, and it was the,
In addition to the 83,700, right?
correct.
So we're talking, you're talking of, if we buy it straight out, it's 400 and some thousand. If you buy it out and do it the other way, it's quite a significant amount of money more. But you don't have, geez, I'll figure it out.
It's important to remember the lease option is over the 5 years, so that monthly dollar amount is not due today. That is over 5 years once they're installed.
That's where I was coming up when you divide these prices by 60 months. If you add the two together, that's way over the $1,900 monthly. I assumed that from seeing this calculation sheet, that was the full amount of the lease per month, but it's not. It's more than double that. So that's why I had the angst to want having good figures.
Anything further, Counselor Bearable?
No, go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to Counselor Freely, what's the time frame for installation and for have it up and running and ready to go?
We have a letter, they will be ready in September.
Yeah,
If
but
we get authorization, but if we,
it appears as though we may not get the authorization for a little while. So what would be the time frame? An estimated time frame? 1 month, 2 months?
their bid said 180 days, and when I received clarification from them, they said that they could accelerate that and be done by September 1st.
I knew that was the case. I just wanted to be made a matter of public record. Thank you. Counselor Freely.
So what arrangement are we under currently with Permar with the existing system that we have? Is that a lease arrangement? We
Here at
buy
the City Hall, the lock system is lease, yes. And
And-
we've had repairs, and we've seen zero bill because we leased.
There's no discount potentially for coupling these together at all, or is any discussion with regard to that, or no? And then, so I did hear that this lease arrangement would be a lease to own essentially. Okay. And the reality is, though, this is basically what we are looking at. The other two are not compliant with the process and/or did not meet the standards that we're looking for. We just have to define the specificity in terms of all of the things we want in addition to what you've already quoted us. Or we already did that kind of with the fitness cameras and so on, or do we still need to determine fisheye versus whatever? And
I believe you want a fisheye in each of the fitness centers, so that would be 3. You have 2 fitness centers and a dryland training room. And I believe you want 4 additional cameras that would be fisheye in the arena. So I believe the ad that you guys would be looking for, based upon our previous conversations, would be 7 additional fisheye cameras. But at that meeting, we wanted to give you the à la carte decision to make your choice on if you wanted any additional cameras in other places of the arena.
above and beyond those 7.
Yep.
And doing the math, I see like the outright price from my math was about $400,800, give or take, and then the lease arrangement is about just under shy of $300,000, lease to own. Okay, and then we ultimately own it anyhow, but that's excluding the additional cameras.
I've got different numbers.
Could you hang on just a second, Counselor Bearable? Go ahead, finish your thought, Counselor Freely, and then we'll go back to Counselor Bearable and then over to Counselor Paulson. Go ahead.
So, and maybe those numbers aren't exactly accurate. I didn't look at the monthly allotments. I was talking about the overall cost was $216,000 for the 5-year lease for the access portion, I think it was, and $83,700 I have for the other portion, adds up to $299,000. Then I had $276,000 for the access portion and $124,800 for the surveillance system. That was $400,800, give or take. So we're in that ballpark between going on $500,000 for the system, essentially, and give or take. Okay. And we're leasing currently through Permar, so it'd be more preferable, it appears, just cost-wise and because the arrangement we in our right already has proven to be effective and helpful to be in the lease arrangement for maintenance and operational issues. So I'm comfortable with where we're at. I mean, this is our only choice anyhow right now. We just have to define and specify what it is in addition that we want and move forward with it.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Freely. Pam?
I just kind of did a quick little tally here. It looks like the lease with everything would be about $104,000 more going that route versus outright purchase.
The math in my head seems that that's very appropriate. And I apologize for not giving you totals. We broke it down specifically for the council so that you would understand what you were paying for door locks and what you were paying for cameras. And that's how we put the bid documents out. I apologize if that had caused any confusion, but it clearly you understand what you're paying for your door system, and clearly you understand what you're paying for your video surveillance system. And approving one isn't predicated on the other. You could approve one and not the other, or approve one to get started. And the critical path one, in my opinion, is still the door locks, because they're installing a curtain wall that the locks have to get installed on, and it makes it a little bit easier for them to install as they're going up rather than after they're up. Sometimes they have a little bit more difficult time with the pull strings of doing their wiring control portions to that, so.
Okay, thank you. Before we go over to Counselor Johnson, Counselor Paulson, did you have a different figure than Counselor Bearable? Is that you said you disagreed with the figures?
I do, unless I misunderstood Eric on these numbers. It comes out about what, in the end, what Pam said, the lease is $504,600 and the outright is $401,100, which is about $100,000 differential between lease and outright. Now, I may have heard you wrong, Eric. You said the fee for having that service on the lease of the 260 was $119,000, right, extra? Or did I hear you wrong? Okay,
119.4.
I didn't have the 4 in there, so it's even a little more than I said. And the other portion, the bid base two, you said, was that 85,000 additional? So that's 169,000. So when you add those two numbers up, that's 504, 600, that would be more than that now, it'd be 505,000 actually. And the outright price is 401, which comes out about what Pam said, $100,000 difference between lease and buying outright. But then if you have something go wrong, you gotta pay for it out of that differential that you'd have to save someplace. So I think Steve is correct. We probably are better off going with the lease because those things are very expensive when they come in to fix them, if they need to. I know what that costs, so. But we're on the same page, just a little different way of figuring out the numbers. Okay, so I apologize if I got a little bit upset there. I'm just the type of person that I like to see the numbers. That's why I'm so fussy when you do street projects too, to see all the numbers and the bids and stuff. So I will apologize for losing my temper a little bit there. Pam, thanks for your calculation, because you and I come out about the same price.
Thank you, Councilor Bearable.
So
Councilor
I'm happy
Johnson.
with that.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, yep. I was going to say what Pam said. So I'm going to move base bid B1 for the 5-year lease and base bid B2 for the 5-year lease. And then, Eric, you said we had asked for 8 additional cameras total, or 6?
7, so there would be 4 additional fisheyes for the arena at each of the midpoints of the track, and then 1 in each of the individual fitness centers. And then you will have this information once you get on contract with Permar, and if you find that there's an area in the MECC, once the system gets online, I would write the contract to hold them to these bid prices that you have, that you could add an additional camera for some future blind spots that you may encounter. But I believe in the presentation in the system for the facility, we had tremendous coverage.
And I would move that the 7 cameras be fisheye and also leased.
I'll support that for further discussion if possible.
Okay, if we just hold for one moment, just a point of order. Do we need to take those base bids individually? Can we take it all at one motion? Because if we do in one motion, okay, so the motion on the floor from Councilor Johnson is to move base bid number 1, base bid number 2, and the 7 additional cameras outlined with the fisheye and the regular cameras additional. And then supported by Councilor Paulson, and there's further discussion. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you. So since this is a special meeting, it's passing right now. And with that being said, is it possible for us to see the actual numbers once those fisheyes are added into there, and we would all understand what that lease total would be prior to this approval? I mean, could we make it contingent upon that, Councilor Johnson?
Councilor Johnson, do you want to amend your motion to be contingent upon getting these figures?
I guess I would think that we could have those figures by the end of our meeting today, because it's just a matter of multiplying by 7 and.
Perfect.
So-
I'm fine with that. I think we need to know what that number is as we're approving it.
It'd be an addition of $22,645.
645, that's what I got for the lease. But then there's obviously going to be the maintenance portion of that as well. There should be probably something else added on, correct?
I will call Permar. There might not be, just because they're already managing X amount of cameras in their price, but I will, at a different part, I will step out and call Pete. Pete is scheduled to be on site at the MECC tomorrow at 9 o'clock, but I'll try to get that before the meeting ends.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it's been moved and supported. Further discussion? Without due respect, working on this kind of a system when I worked on the Metropolitan Airports Commission, and I don't like when somebody refers to their past, but I think this is prudent at this point in time, because, it's nice to have before you your base bids, what we have, and then the option of each one, which we should have outlined for us, and then the the comparison difference of having all the add-ons included in that. So it gives us an opportunity to take a look at a full spreadsheet. We're here with calculators, pumping this and that around, trying to figure out what we want. Now we're at a special meeting. We have a motion and a second to approve the base bids, but yet, or approve these bids, but yet we don't have the full figures before us. That just, kind of a little frustrating for me, but hopefully we'll have that information by the end of the day. So that being said, it's been moved and supported to move bid package number 1, bid number 2, and the 7 additional cameras for the MECC. Is there any further discussion? Eric?
I have the figure. I just pulled the bid form, and they do say the hardware service agreement is available for $32 a camera. So that would be you'd add $224 to your price per month.
The $22,645.
Correct. That would be the monthly lease.
Okay, Councilor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, I would agree. I don't want to be doing this on my calculator right now, but is that 224 over 60 months?
Correct.
Okay, so we're adding 13,440 plus 22,645 is an additional $36,085 to the $505,000 for the lease. Would that be correct? So the total lease is it $505,000? Pam, correct? Plus the $36,085. So that would be $541,085, and that's what we'd be approving today, correct? Okay, and then my last comment is on the, what we had budgeted, Brian, is that under the access control and security systems?
Yes, that is under what we budgeted for access control.
Okay, so when I'm looking at your MEC numbers on this, I think the last spreadsheet, 350 was kind of what was in that budget. One side says 350, the other side says 310. Yeah, but anyway, so we've got enough room in that FF&E. I mean, this is something pretty important, in my opinion, the security of the building.
Yes, it is very important for the building, and it is under what I had budgeted.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and supported. You have that, motion before you, Pam? Bid 1, bid 2, and the additional cameras? And I think we should add the amount in there when we get the final amount to be sure what that amount is. Total? Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to item 1B, review quote and request for approval for ice cap insulated cover flowing to the arena. I'm just interested to hear about that issue.
All right, this is an interesting one. The ice cap is the temporary flooring that we can put over a sheet of ice to transform the ice arena to a non-ice event arena.
Okay.
This is not the basketball floor. This is, in your packet, we have pictures of what this flooring actually is. It's basically 4x4 sheets of rubber that go down over the ice.
Is this part of the budget?
Well, that's one of the interesting things about this.
Okay, thank you.
When we were going into this is an FF&E item. As we were preparing for this, you'll see that is listed on my FF&E wish list. I had gotten a price for this flooring at $150,000. If we go ahead and do this as a change order in the project and utilize our contingency money for the flooring, it will cost us $121,246.83, roughly a $19,000 savings over what we would pay if we got this utilizing FF&E dollars. So my recommendation is that we approve this flooring as a change order in the project.
Very good, thank you, Brian. Comments, questions from the audience? We'll start with Councilor Freely first, and then go to Councilor Bearable. Councilor Freely.
I think this would be something that would be very important to have for the arena. And in part because, as you know, I think in the future and at some point, we should look at the potential for getting a playing surface that we can place on the arena as we had in the past. My history with having played on that floor without an insulated cover was that there were frosted spots on the floor actually where people slipped and fell because it was coming up through the floor. So, and then there's other events that could take place on the ice arena with that floor at some other point, or not. I'm not sure. Can this be used exclusively for insulating, or can it be walked on and utilized in some other capacity?
How this floor is utilized is, I'm going to get every single hockey mom mad at me right now. Thursday night, we have a high school hockey game. The hockey game ends Thursday night. Rather than resurfacing the ice, we take the Zamboni out and we do what's called a dry shave. So basically, we just scrape off all the loose ice that has been kicked up during the game. It then takes 4 staff members 3 hours to pull this flooring out and set it in place. Now, one of the nice things about how we have designed this arena, this floor will work for either arena that we have. So say it is a Thursday in January, high school game has just ended, we've shaved the ice, staff goes out there, lays this floor down. Friday morning, semi-trucks are arriving, setting up staging, staff is setting up chairs. We have a concert Friday night in the arena, because yes, you can walk on this floor. This is a temporary flooring that we're putting down. After the concert Friday night, staff is picking up all the chairs, picking up the flooring. We come back in Saturday morning, and youth hockey is running hockey games on Saturday morning. This allows us to do those non-hockey events during hockey season. This also allows us, since we are going to be have the ability to run year-round ice in the second arena, that we can put this floor covering down in the second arena in the middle of summer so that we can have a trade show come in the second arena and the primary arena, basically doing another home and boat show while we still have ice in the building. The reason that's important is it takes about 2 to 3 days to remove a sheet of ice. It takes over a week to put a sheet of ice in, and it costs roughly $5,000 every time you put a sheet of ice in. So you don't want to be removing the sheet of ice for a non-ice event if you just have a non-ice event for one weekend and you're going to put the ice right back in.
Yeah, I see this as a
So this is a money maker.
absolutely a valuable tool to have in your toolbox, so to
Yes.
speak.
And this is not the same system that they had years ago. This is the exact same flooring that all of your major NHL arenas have now transitioned to because it insulates the floor. The old systems used to cause problems with the ice, and then when you removed the floor covering, you had bad spots in your ice. This new system does not have that issue.
Yeah, my only concern then beyond that, because I think it's a great purchase and a good price for, is this a used piece or is this brand new?
This is brand new.
Okay, so that was a good price. And then, do we have space to store this thing? I mean, to
Yes,
stack it and store it?
if you remember all that time leading up to in design development that I said you cannot take away my under bleacher storage on the east side of the building, that is where this stuff gets stored. Also in this purchase, it comes with the carts. So the carts with the wheels, so they just wheel out there, start laying out the floor. At the end of the day, all the pieces are numbered. You take them off in the correct order, put them back on the carts, and they wheel right back under. So it is It's designed for ease of operations.
And increases the capacity for events and activities during ice season
Absolutely.
dramatically, actually.
It allows us to do non-ice events during ice season.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great purchase.
Please forgive me, hockey moms.
Okay, I have three questions before we move to the rest of the calls. We have three other lights on. What is the lifespan of these panels? If we know, I suppose it depends on use. So what's the warranty? Is there a warranty on these panels?
I do not recall what the warranty is. Do you have that handy, Eric?
And as he's looking at that, answer another question. Are there, if a panel is damaged, can we accommodate by replacement of one panel?
Yes.
Thank you. And the third question is, as you indicated earlier, this will not accommodate or will accommodate a potential future purchase of a basketball floor.
You would put a basketball floor on top of this.
Very good. Thank you very much. Those answers my questions, except for the warranty issue and lifespan.
I believe like most of your building systems, it'll come with a 12-month warranty from the start. Being that this is a rubber floor system, Brian's crew would really have to try hard to damage one, but it is sourced locally with Becker Arena products, so getting a replacement panel would be fairly easy, and they are 4x4 pieces, so it'd be relatively inexpensive.
So my last question is then, other arenas have this same type of flooring in their arena? If they do we have any idea what the lifespan of this flooring is or not?
This is a relatively new product. It's only been on the market for less than 5 years, and all the NHL rinks that want to be able to transition to non-ice events during the season have been transitioning to this. This is the same thing that they have in the arena that the Wild play in, so that when the Wild go on the road, they are able to cover the ice and have non-ice events there.
Thank you. I'm good with that. Let's start from right to left. Councilor Johnson, Councilor Bearable, and then on to Councilor Paulson. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor.
What's that? You did? Thank you very much. Okay, Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, this is the 1-inch ice cap as opposed to the 5/8 inch ice cap?
This is the 5/8 inch cap.
Okay.
The difference between the two is the 1-inch ice cap would be if you are going to be leaving it down long-term, over a month. This ice cap is utilized for those short-term usage. However, even this ice cap during the arena shutdowns due to COVID, many arenas use this exact ice cap during that downtime to be able to do non-ice events in their arena.
Thank you. And then my second question is, this then, if we're going to leave ice in the second arena all summer, this would allow us to do 2 arenas of events separately and an entertainment or a convention center. We could have 3 large events going at the same time, theoretically.
Theoretically, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you. I was just going to move PCO 46.0-COR 22.0 forward to approve the insulated ice cap.
Okay, Councilor Paulson moves to approve the request for the ice cap insulated cover flooring to the arena. Is there support? Support. Support by Councilor Friedlieb. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brian. Item 1C, review the request for approval for the final furniture items and finishes as selected by the design committee and authorized to proceeding with request for quotes. This is the FF&E, correct?
This is coming out of FF&E. This is what our design team has been working on with DSGW for all of the furniture in the building. So I'm going to turn this over to Julie here at this point, and she's going to be giving a nice presentation of what we are asking the council to approve us to put out to bid here today.
Good morning. I think you have in your packets, and then also up on the screen, a summary of what the design committee has been working on most recently. We met last week and made some selections and reviewed some additional samples that we had been waiting on based on our very first meeting. Probably most importantly, the banquet chair, and then some fabric and finish samples for other items. So here's just a summary of our process in the FF&E and where we are and what our next steps are. This month, we will be requesting quotes and final contract pricing for the different packages of the FF&E. And then coming back, plan is, if everything approves today, that we will be presenting the final quotations in the beginning of May at your CAL meeting. This is the banquet chair that we selected at the design committee meeting, but there was one apparent issue with the sample that we received. It was fabricated improperly with the seat cushion. You can see the details there. So I had some discussions with the factory. They did say it was an error, and they have verified that it's not going to happen again. We're glad we were able to see that in the sample, because I'm sure they would not have been happy wanting to replace 844 seats for us. So the seat that we want is on the far left there. It's called a waterfall edge. I feel it's a little bit more comfortable. It's kind of a matter of opinion, but one of the main differences is that there's no seam along that front edge, and that seam is a wear location. So that was, I think, the main deciding factor with the design committee, why we wanted to stick with that. I'm just going to flip through the rest of these. This is the folding table model that we landed on. Note that we have two different styles of tables. Most are folding. The folding tables do not have casters, which are shown in the picture. They also do not have the modesty panel. The picture here indicates the flip-top model that we have a smaller portion of, and it's just a different type and gives you more flexibility to have both models available. The boardroom, we made final finish selections for the items, as you can see there. The fireplace lounge and the concourse area for the event center finalized the furniture models and all the finishes on those items. No, oops, sorry, previous. The pictures of the furniture are not accurate. Those are just what I can get for images to show the style of the furniture. So, like, for example, the sofa, the design text Terra charcoal is the material we selected for it. Just some reference views of those two kind of areas for your reference. The upper level concourse, furniture items and finishes as shown. Reference views of those areas. The understair lounge, furniture items and finishes as shown. Reference views. And then just a reminder that we also do have a package that includes miscellaneous items, including trash cans, folding coat racks, beverage carts, etc. That is also part of what I've been coordinating for you.
Quick question, Julie.
Yes.
Are all these fixtures have wheels on them so you can roll them around instead of dragging them across the carpeting or whatever?
Some of the tables have casters. We have carts for the banquet chairs and the folding tables. The lounge furniture items do not have casters.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Freely.
Can I, so there's stackable chairs, and will each stack have its own cart? Like, so you put it away and it's carted, and then roll them out on carts, or do you have to stack them, each stack onto each cart?
Brian?
From an operations standpoint, we did not want to have the carts that they stack on. What our staff and what I also prefer is the dolly system. We have in the minors right now, the chairs that we are using in the south room, those cream chairs with the blue legs, they utilize that dolly system. So rather than needing one cart for every 10 chairs, our current dollies work with these chairs, and we're going to be getting a couple of additional dollies also. So basically, you only need one dolly per person.
And if I may just, the Virginia Elks, this is an example. The Virginia Elks bought all brand-new chairs, stackable. We bought the dollies too. So you can run 20 chairs in one dolly, so individually, so it works out pretty well. I'm sorry. Did that answer your question, Councilor Freely? Julie?
If there are no further questions, I would like to request that you approve the final furniture items and finishes that were selected by the design committee. And we request approval to proceed with the request for quotation and final contract pricing process.
Thank you. Councilor Bearable.
Just one thing, Brian, a question for you. The main banquet area for the stuff, that's all either hardwood floors or some other type of flooring. It's not carpeting, correct?
The grand ballroom has a synthetic carpet in it.
So is that a problem if these wheels are narrow on these stacking chairs and stuff? Will they leave indentations and marks eventually?
No.
Okay.
It's not. This is not carpet that you would put in your home.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, that it isn't that type of carpet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Freely, then over to Councilor Johnson. Councilor Freely.
Was there any discussion with the ease of maintenance, because keeping things looking shiny and fresh and clean and new is going to be so critical? And so I'm assuming it's water resistant or waterproof fabrics and are they going to provide or do they suggest and recommend certain products to be able to keep them looking that way, or?
Ease of maintenance and durability were probably at the top of our list of what we were looking at as we started going into it. Then we started looking at functionality of the furniture. But the durability and maintenance for the furniture was definitely there. For example, the ballroom chair that everybody dearly loved, my staff looked at and said, due to its construction, we have a concern that these chairs are not going to last. The design team looked at that and asked if we could get the same chair without that flexible back option, which is what we have chosen because we involve the Park and Rec staff in this process, and they look at things through a different set of eyes than some of the other members of our design team do. So we've tried to bring in a whole lot of viewpoints, whether it is the maintenance, the cleaning, the room setup, and the aesthetics.
Will you get any assistance with like an initial setup process, or is that all on you to figure out how to do it and do it well?
So the furniture will be set in place by the installation teams. DSGW has prepared many different options for layouts within the event center, and the cleaning instructions for every material that you will have will be provided.
And as far as room setup goes for the event centers, keep in mind how flexible this facility is. Tyler has been doing an incredible job of working with different renters, explaining to them the different room setup configurations that we can utilize. DSGW has provided us some sample room layouts that have been good to use, but this facility is so adaptable for so many different uses. Tyler's been having fun coming up with different ways to set up and arrange things so that it meets and exceeds the expectations of different renters and different organizations.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Johnson.
Mayor, I just want to let the rest of the council know that sat quietly for an hour and a half observing the design team work, and they didn't think I could do it, but I did it. Because of that, moving forward, I will have very little questions about what they're recommending to us because of how thorough, they literally, Counselor Paulson and Counselor Beyondich were literally on the floor with Brian and Julie, looking, touching this stuff in the light, in the daylight, in the hallway. I feel bad for questioning previous decisions that you all have made because of the thoroughness of that meeting. So I think they did, it was mind-blowing. So I appreciate that opportunity and thank you very much for that and would move this package forward.
Well, support.
Moved by Counselor Johnson, supported by Counselor Freely to approve item 1C, which is approve the final furniture items and finishes as selected by the design team, and authorize proceeding with any requested quotes. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Paulson.
Thank you. Did you guys bring any of the samples today?
I did not, but I certainly can get them here.
Yeah.
Actually,
maybe
they've already been picked up.
I can get them back.
the fabrics, I mean, just so the rest of the council can see what the color schemes are, and, I mean, the wood color comes out pretty clear on the photos, but I think it'd be great so everyone can see.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I will
Appreciate it.
coordinate that.
Thank you.
And I've had the opportunity to take a look at what you're looking at before. I have my trust and faith in the design team and the process moving forward. I have no questions. Thank you for your yeoman's work and all the due diligence that was done with respect to this FF&E, which is a very important part of this process. So it has been moved and supported to move forward with this. And Pam, you do have that motion on the... Thank you. Moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? A hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 1D, review the request for approval of project change order for the mezzanine power and data. Brian?
All right, this is a change order that our design team has requested for the addition of some additional power and data outlets in the mezzanine and gathering areas in the lobby. It is a total change order of $9,541.46. It adds power and data around the furniture areas in the arena side lobbies.
Very good. And that's the data ports, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good, good. Counselor Paulson.
I'll move to approve.
Counselor Paulson moves to approve the request for the approval of the project change order for the mezzanine power and data outputs. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Counselor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 1F, review the quotes and request of approval for the purchase of ice bumper car set.
Nope.
I'm sorry, no? I'm
E.
sorry. I'm sorry, I missed. Item E, review the request for approval for project change order regarding carpet additions. Brian?
This is another change order that comes at the request of our design team. In the hallway and the main entrance and the pre-function area of the convention center, when we went out to bid, due to our concern for the budget, we had polished concrete floors in those areas. It is our design team's desire that we upgrade that at this point to carpet. So the design team has met, we have selected the carpet samples, and we have gotten the budget cost to switch from a polished concrete floor to a carpeted floor in these areas. The total dollar amount for this change order 24 AS 19 is $7,552.74.
Very good, thank you. Counsel?
I will move the change order.
All support.
Moved by Counselor Johnson to approve the change order for the carpet addition as opposed to the concrete floor, supported by Counselor Baraboo. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Johnson, and then Counselor Baraboo.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, will we have, these are tiles 12 by 48, will we have back stock of some tiles, so if something happens, they can be replaced right away?
Yes, all of the carpeting and all of the items that we get, we have an overstock of those items that will go into storage. So if we have somebody drops a candle that shouldn't be lit inside the building and it burns part of the carpet, we would be able to remove that carpet square and put in another carpet square. That's one of the benefits of going with the carpet square system rather than what you would have in your home of a big roll of carpet.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that what you just said about being able to replace it immediately so that if it happens on Thursday night, we can replace it Friday morning for the wedding Friday night. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Baraboo.
Yeah, Brian, I appreciate this particular change order big time because with the inclement weathers we have up here and people will be starting to track in stuff and on that polished concrete floor, there could be boom. And so I appreciate you putting that in because that is a danger. We're going to have, I believe, a lot of older adults using this facility also.
Now, this is the same style carpet, not the same pattern that we have in the ballroom and the meeting rooms. So there will be no transition gap between hallway and room.
Okay, thank you. Pam, did you get that motion? Yes. Moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Now we'll move to item F, which is review quotes and request approval for the purchase of ice bumper car set.
This is my fun one. This is the icing on the cake. Not only is this the icing on the cake that's going to make this facility so much more fun for me personally, but it is going to be a new revenue stream for the city of Virginia. Ice bumper cars are not something that many people have heard of. If you remember going to the carnival and the amusement parks when you were younger, you had the bumper cars that had that metal pole behind you and it was causing all the sparks on the ceiling. We are looking at doing the exact same thing without that metal pole and the sparks. These are electric bumper cars. They are designed for, you sit in them and you basically drive it with a joystick. They are electric, so we have no combustible engines that are going in the arena. They are rechargeable. The bumper cars that I'm proposing that we purchase have a 5-hour life, 5-hour charging before they have to be recharged. And so literally you get in them, it has a blow-up tube around, you drive around and you're bumping into each other. Now, the reason you haven't heard about these very much is there are, I believe I have counted a total of 40 arenas in the United States that have these. There are no arenas in the state of Minnesota that has this. If you want to get into an ice bumper car, you are going to have to drive to Illinois to get into one. That is the closest location to us. There are two companies that produce these. One is located in Colorado, one is located in China. I have received quotes from both of them, and I am going to recommend that we purchase 12 cars from IBC International, located in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, at a total amount of $82,500. This is the more expensive quote. And the reason I'm recommending the more expensive quote is after contacting arenas that currently have this, what I have found is IBC's technical support and follow-up blows away their competitors. In addition, those that have the competitors have had battery issues, that the batteries haven't held charges. They've had difficult time getting the replacement parts and everything. IBC also is offering us an exclusivity agreement. A 2-year exclusivity agreement comes with this purchase, and that exclusivity agreement would cover a 75-mile radius of the city of Virginia, which means stretching down into Wisconsin, covers all the other areas. So no other arena within 75 miles of us could get these ice bumper cars. Now, what these ice bumper cars mean is it doesn't mean that they're going to sit in a corner and collect dust. It means that we will be able to bring to you another package to approve, ice car bumper birthday party packages. Also means that primarily during the summer, we will be able to rent these ice bumper cars. There's charts in here that these other arenas basically operate it like an amusement type activity. Like you would go play putt-putt golf, well, you would go pay to play in the ice bumper cars. So we would have birthday party options, we would have rentals. Plus then, Brian likes to think outside the box. And I haven't found another arena that's doing this, but we are the state of hockey here in Minnesota, and I'm not very good at hockey, and I would really like to teach those boys at Virginia High School a lesson. So I'm thinking about starting an ice bumper car hockey league, so that my lack of skating skills do not interfere with me going up against the Virginia Blue Devils team in playing hockey. And this is something that we could also do over the summer. So the addition of this adds on a lot of programming that we can do, plus a new revenue stream. So I'm asking that you approve this purchase.
Thank you, Brian. Before we go to the biggest promoter of this, which is Councilor Paulson, moving forward, and it's nice to hear this. I just have 4 points I'd like to make before we go to Councilor Paulson and then over to Councilor Bearable and Councilor Johnson and everybody apparently now, so, which is good. First of all, I think this is really good for the physically challenged. If you want to have, hockey or you have a broom ball events or whatever, for the physically challenged, I think it's very important for us to be able to provide that and accommodate them in that regard. So that's number one. Number two is these can be only used on ice or they can be used on non-ice surfaces?
These are designed for ice, but, and so I would not use them in the parking lot. During the winter, however, we have lots of lakes that freeze over. And wouldn't it be fun to start a winter carnival and have these out on Bailey's Lake? Also, take them down to the Ridgewood rink once we get the boards up at the Ridgewood rink that we are planning on doing, and we can have winter bumper car birthdays at the Ridgewood rink.
Well, you're on my frequency. That was one of my other points. Very good. And as far as maintenance does, who would do the maintenance on these?
We would do the maintenance with the quote from IBC. It does come with additional replacement parts, so that if we have something that ends up needing work on it, that we have that on hand initially. That's part of their quote. So they're looking at all of the both short-term and long-term needs for these cars.
Thank you. 2 more items. Warranty, is there a warranty on these and how long is it?
It is a 12-month warranty.
Thank you. And then how long have they been in business, the Colorado company? Do you have any idea?
20-plus years.
20-plus years. Very good. Thank you very much. That answers all my questions. So we'll start with Councilor Paulson, who is the originator of this idea, and then go to Councilor Bearable, and then to Councilor Johnson. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And Brian, thank you again for really following through with this. I think it's going to be a wonderful thing for the community and a really nice revenue stream for the MECC. I just have one quick question, or actually 2. On that 75-mile radius, could we make it, do you think they'd go to 100? Could we negotiate 100 for 2 years? 100 miles?
I can discuss that with them, yes.
Because I did some mapping, and it's a little bit over 75 on a few.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said 7,500 miles.
No, 75 miles.
So if we could maybe go back to them with that offer of 100 miles, And then the question, I think, was kind of answered, you could take those outdoors, but could they be utilized in one of the secondary arena or whatever in the wintertime if someone wanted to book a party or?
If we have the ice availability.
Have the ice
Remember,
availability.
our ice is heavily utilized during hockey season. Between youth hockey, high school hockey, figure skating. I don't want these to have a negative impact on any of our youth programming.
No, but if
we
it could
do
be
have-
scheduled in, you could
Yes,
figure out a scheduling time for those.
yes.
Okay, and the last thing, when I've looked and watched these videos, a lot of times in their indoor, there's a disco ball and music going.
Oh, yeah.
Is that?
We've got a sound system, and we've got a lot of that stage lighting stuff that we could add to make it more of that club atmosphere.
Because I could see actually leagues forming. I really could. It'd be kind of funny, like you were stating. So I guess I wanted to throw that in there.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
And that
This
is-
could become a regional draw, and yet one more reason for people to come to the city of Virginia for something to do.
Thank you. And adding on to what Councilor Paulson said, that, when you're at that event, the birthday party, the disco ball, the music, all that kind of, of course, you throw in an announcer too that says, number 22, crash, so I mean, that's all possible moving forward. So I think it's an important piece, and I was actually apprehensive about it at first, but after the idea, and I did some review on the internet, this is, out of all the things that we want to look at in the future, for future development of some of our recreational activities, I think this is a wise purchase in the very beginning of this endeavor. Councilor Bearable.
Oh, that brings us back to the storage. Do you have enough storage for these? Because these are pretty good size.
Actually, the ring around them is inflatable, so when they're not being used, you pull the plug on them, they deflate so that they store much easier. My plan is to use these primarily in the second arena and on the western wall, which is the wall for where the players' benches are. We have area on the northwest side that has electrical outlets that would allow us to charge these and store them, and that is a portion of the arena that we would be discouraging people from viewing games from. So yes, I do already have a location in my head as to where they would be stored and how we would be able to utilize them and get them out on the ice and maintain them during non-utilization times.
Okay, I have just a statement to make, too. I am very appreciative that you stayed with the USA product and not going to our counterparts and the ones I have no love for, period. The Chinese stuff that we get here, and I'm so happy that you're using an American-made product. So I don't care if it costs us $20,000 more, I'd vote for that as long as it stays American.
I would like to have stayed with a product that was made here on the Iron Range, but we did not have that option.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bearable. Councilor Freely, but then, I'm saying Councilor Johnson, then Councilor Freely, but Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the answer for the storage question. I'd like to request that, the council get to do a dry run before we open this up to the public.
Right after I do.
Just make sure it works. And then, will we need to be in contact with the League of Minnesota Cities, because this is a way out there kind of insurance thing? I just
Yeah, we'll
want
probably
to,
have to get a special rider for it, but it's not
okay,
insurmountable.
I have to be that person. But Brian, I appreciate your work. Counselor Paulson, again, thank you for this. This was one of those things I was like, yeah, that'd be cool, but I think, my other question, I'm reading the exclusivity line. It says 2 free years for 75 miles and 3 additional years at $2,500. There's a $7,500 fee for that. Does that mean we're looking at 11 years of exclusivity based on this?
No, you're looking at 5 years of exclusivity with the first 2 years are free.
Yep.
Then $2,500 for each additional year.
Okay, so it's 3.
Yes.
Okay.
And then after that period, we still have the right to annually do the exclusivity agreement with them.
Thank you for that clarification.
Do these come with covers?
No, they do not come with covers.
Okay, thank you. So we have to monitor, make sure people walking by don't say, oh, and jump on top of them, you know?
When they are not being utilized, they would be deflated, so you could not use them.
Well, they would use them, but they could jump on them and try to steer them.
And that's why we'll have them stored in an area that the public should not be going anyway.
Thank you, Brian. Counselor Freely.
And are they easily transported from the storage area to the ice? And is this going to be used exclusively in the back rink or both rinks, or?
This would be used exclusively in the secondary rink.
Okay.
And then during hockey season, I envision us utilizing them on our outdoor rinks. They are easily transportable in the back of a pickup truck.
They are, okay, cool. Yeah, I appreciate you thinking outside the box and looking at other ways to raise revenue that are completely and absolutely unique to the area.
We want people to come to Virginia, and this is another reason that people will come.
Okay, Counselor Barnzelli.
Thank you. Brian, how fast will these go?
Unfortunately, they don't go super fast. Bumper
turbo
cars
engines.
traditionally are not used in NASCAR. I believe they go a maximum of 3 to 5 miles per hour. That's good from a safety standpoint and a risk management standpoint, because if you've ever been in a car accident, you realize the faster your car is going and that sudden stop is what hurts. So 3 to 5 mile per hour in the sudden stop just gives you that nice little bounce around.
But to a 5-year-old or 8-year-old, that's pretty fast.
To a 5 or an 8-year-old, that's pretty fast.
Or a 71-year-old.
To someone pushing 50, going faster and stopping suddenly has repercussions the next day.
Thank you.
Or immediately. Okay, so my one more question before we go back to Counselor Paulson and look for a motion to move on this. So where is this money coming from?
This would be coming out of the FF&E budget.
Very good, thank you. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you. I will go ahead and move forward with is there an actual resolution in here, Brian?
There's not an actual resolution.
So I will just go ahead and move forward with the purchase of the 12 ice bumper cars. Hopefully that the contract can change to that 100-mile radius. And I'll move to approve it at that point.
Counselor Paulson moves to approve the request for the purchase of the ice bumper car set from the vendor that was selected and recommended by staff. Is there support? Support by Counselor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries, thank you. Item 1G, are you getting tired of standing there, Brian? You might want to grab a chair.
Feels like I've been here for a while.
It has been. Thank you for that. Review the quotes and request approval for cellular and radio booster systems. I guess I'm wondering why we have to have that, why that was already, was this budgeted in the FF&E?
Yes, this was budgeted in the FF&E. Cellular and radio boosters, what do they do? If you've been in the minors and you have one of these fancy devices, you realize that your coverage is spotty at best.
True.
Any building, such as the minors, such as the MECC, is going to have poor cell phone coverage. Also, for our first responders, when they are entering the building, they're going to have poor radio coverage. So we have cell phone and radio boosters that can be added in here. We've worked with DSGW in mapping out where these boosters need to go, and we've received quotes from both Arrowhead Radio and Security and DCS Communications. These are both companies that the city is familiar with, as our police and fire department have utilized both of them at different times for their radios and work in their vehicles.
Are they based in Duluth?
Both of them are
Yes, okay.
located in Duluth. At this point, I've compared the two quotes. It's our recommendation that we enter into a contract with ARS for the public safety AMR booster system and the Quattro cellular indoor system for a total of $56,294. In my budget, I had budgeted $80,000 for this. So again, thankfully, another item under budget.
Thank you, Brian. Questions, comments, action by the council? Councilor Johnson.
Mayor Brian, is this system expandable? Should we find a dead spot or say the junior hockey team comes in?
Yes, the system is expandable. Like I said, we have worked with DSGW and their partners in identifying where we believe it is. All it is running more cable to dead spot area, but we have identified those areas that are going to have the worst cell phone coverage and made sure that we have ample boosters in those areas. Some of those areas would be your locker rooms and your arenas. The convention center portion should not have as much of an issue with this, as the cell signals don't have as much cement to get through, and also the convention center side has windows, which signals get through much easier.
I will move the low bid to Arrowhead Radio and Security, option 2, 56,294.
I'll support, Mayor.
Councilor Johnson moves to approve the cellular and radio booster system, award the quote to ARS in the amount of $56,294, supported by Councilor Baraboo. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I appreciate,
Councilor Baraboo.
yeah, I appreciate Brian doing this, and for our architect for doing this, because you get into buildings that you go out to L&M Supply, and I'll tell you what, unless you walk out the door, you sometimes can't get any service out there with all the steel and stuff, and we got a ton of steel in that building, and it just doesn't let stuff go through. So I appreciate that function for safety.
Thank you, Councilor Baraboo. It's moved and supported to move item G as previously requested by the motion and the second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. 1H, a request to authorize to enter into negotiations with an alcoholic beverage concession vendor for the MECC. I know that there's been quotes, and you vetted it out, and you've had your interviews, and now we'll come before you with a recommendation. Brian?
Yes, the city council did put out a RFP for an exclusive alcohol vendor for the MECC. We had 3 organizations, businesses that put together a proposal and submitted it to the city. One business here in Virginia, Polly G's, one business in Mountain Iron, the Sawmill, and one over in Eveleth, Boomtown. I want to say our review committee was very impressed with all 3 of their proposals. We scored all 3 of those proposals and then made the decision that we wanted to do interviews. All of you were invited to sit in on the interviews as we conducted those interviews. We asked each of the businesses the exact same questions, so it was a completely fair and transparent process that we went through. We then scored their answers and then had a nice, long, lengthy debate of pros and cons of each of these. At this point, we believe that it would be in the city's best interest to enter into negotiations with the Sawmill to be our sole alcohol provider for the MECC. So we are seeking council's instruction to begin that negotiation process.
I would make that motion to move forward with that recommendation.
I'll support.
Moved by Councilor Freely and supported by Councilor Baraboo to authorize entering into negotiations for the alcoholic beverage concession vendor, Sawmill, for the MECC. Is there any further discussion? One quick question for me before we go to Councilor Freely. This is only for alcoholic beverages, it's not for soda and juices and things like that.
This is only alcohol.
Thank you very much. And then, so, as part of this negotiations, if, when they serve the alcohol, when there's mix, like 7-Up or Coke or whatever soft drink product, I don't want to miss any other brand names, but
Yes.
they would have to purchase that from.
We will have to work all that out in our negotiation process.
Thank you very much. Counselor Freely.
I did have the opportunity and privilege to sit in and listen to the interviews, and all three did a really nice job of a presentation with regard to the interest they had in this. But I have to say, Sawmills was incredibly professionally done, and I think that we can trust them wholeheartedly with what we need them to accomplish for us.
Thank you, Counselor Freely. So it's been moved, supported. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Baraboo.
Just one quick point. I did sit in on that scoring process also on this. And Brian did make it very clear that the amenity, things like the soda and the pop or whatever you want to call it, would be whatever we choose as a vendor in that particular alcoholic beverage company that got it would have to use our product.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Baraboo. Has been moved and supported to move forward with the authorization to enter into contract negotiations for the alcoholic beverage service at the MECC with the Sawmill. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Move to item 1I, which is review the recommendation from the Park and Rec Commission regarding MECC facility discounts. Brian?
Yes, at the March 9th City Council or Committee of the Whole meeting, I forget which it was, the request was made of me to consider several different discounts for residents, Virginia area residents. Another standard discount that is put in place at facilities such as these and other rentals would be a nonprofit and an educational rate. So at our last Park and Rec Commission, we had a rather lengthy discussion on what we would like to do, if anything, for discounts for those three different groups. It is the Park and Recreation Commission's recommendation that we offer a 25% discount on room reservations to documented nonprofit organizations that have a physical presence within 25 miles of the city of Virginia. It is also the recommendation of the Park and Recreation Commission that educational organizations and schools, either public or private or homeschooled organizations located within 50 miles of the city of Virginia also be eligible for a 25% discount on room reservations. Now, these discounts do not apply to the add-ons, like if they want table linens and things like that, because how our pricing structure has come about is we have factored in our replacement and our cleaning cost and those things for those add-ons. So the Park Commission did not want to see us discounting those unless we are going to be raising those prices. We also had a rather lengthy discussion on the pros and cons of offering a residential discount, and it is the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Commission that we not offer a City of Virginia residential discount. They listed multiple reasons why they don't feel that we should do this. Some of those reasons being that we have received monies for the construction of this project, billing it as a regional facility. The sales tax is being utilized for the construction of this, and it is not just City of Virginia residents that pay that sales tax, but we are a regional shopping hub, so people throughout the region are already supporting that sales tax. And it is the fear of the Park and Rec Commission that if we offered a City of Virginia discount, due to those other reasons, we will start having people in other communities saying, well, what about us? What about us? We have supported this building also. We should have the same discount. So for that reason, the Park and Rec Commission recommends not offering a discount. In addition, the Park and Rec Commission recommends against the city allowing any discounts to be stacked together. Essentially, if I am representing a school that has a nonprofit, I can't do a 25% off from the school and 25% off from the nonprofit to get 50% off the reservation. Or if we do like we did in the month of March and have a promotion, you could not do the 25% nonprofit plus a additional discount that we may be offering.
One discount only.
One discount only. That way you do not stack your discounts and we are not having a negative impact on our operating revenue. But this does allow us to recognize the benefit that our educational organizations are giving and our nonprofits are giving. And one more thing about the educational organizations, this would be for non-athletic events. This would be for educational events. So this does not take into account reservations for hockey or things like this. This would be something that the school is doing that is not athletic related.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to Counselor Johnson, I just want a clarification on the educational piece, because that's a huge demographic as if you look at what the definition of education is, obviously. So I'm looking for a little clarification on what that means. Example, say a company wants to provide training for their employees. That's an educational piece. Are they going to be able to get a 25% discount for that? Or if there's a bargaining unit organization who wants to hold training for their bargaining unit personnel, are they eligible for the 25%? Those kind of examples.
This would be for your schools, and how the intention of the Park and Recreation Commission is that the Rockridge School District would be eligible for this. A homeschooling organization would be eligible for this. Merit would be eligible for this. They also wanted to expand it to 50 miles of Virginia so that schools that are outside of this area that do not have a facility like this to use, such as a school district in Hoyt Lakes, if they needed to utilize a facility, that it could still be a benefit to them.
25% off for the room rental only.
For the room rental only. And these are for documented education organizations.
Thank you for that clarification, Brian. Councilor Johnson.
Mayor, when we're talking about athletic, I would question the wording to be extracurricular versus athletic. Would we give a 25% discount if state speech wanted to hold an event as opposed to state hockey?
You make a very good point that it should be consistent. So extracurricular would not be eligible.
Okay, so that was my one point. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Business basics say that you set your lowest price as the discount, the base that you're going to do, and then you raise it from there to get to your everyday price. So it sounds like we're kind of trying to balance what we need to get with giving some local places, some local organizations a little bit of help. And I'm sure we've all heard feedback about, well, we live here, we should get it, Mountain Iron does it. But after being a part of this process, and I'm going to say, I've said this privately to several people, but I will say this for the record, the discount of having this facility in Virginia is, if my daughter gets married, I don't have to rent a place in Duluth that can hold her wedding. I don't have to rent a hotel room in Duluth for 3 nights to facilitate the groom's dinner and the wedding and the gift opening the next day. So that's how I view the discount for citizens of Virginia. They get to stay at home and they get to have all of their base stuff right next to them holding an event in our facility. So to me, that's a huge discount. That's bigger than any discount that we as a city would be able to provide to folks using the facility. So I appreciate and I think that the Parks and Rec Commission has done a great job in vetting this and really looking at how to do it. One of our goals is to keep this facility at least revenue neutral. That we don't want to be paying every year to subsidize this facility. And too many discounts and too many favors would create a hole that I don't think we would climb out of. So I think we're starting it right, and everything you've done with the 21% discount, the graduated rental fees for long-term users, I think that's all exactly what we need to do to be able to reach our goal of revenue neutral and maybe someday enough to keep us going more than the 50 years of projection or 75 years. So with that, I will move the recommendations of the Park Commission.
Counselor Johnson moves to approve the recommendation from Park and Rec Commission and city staff regarding the MECC facility discounts, which is as outlined in the presentation by our Park and Rec Director. Is there support?
All support for discussion.
Support by Counselor Freely for further discussion. And I have a question as well, but for Counselor Freely first.
I don't know that I agree with the exemption of the extracurriculars, because I could see us holding speech, debate, and other types of activities in there that I think school groups could be brought in for and still be eligible for that discount. And that discount would be attractive to those groups to want to utilize that facility. So I would question that. Or
The reason I agreed with Counselor Johnson so quickly is because if we're going to do it for speech, then why would we not do it for hockey?
well, the hockey is not a room; it's an arena. You know, and we're looking at rooms is what we're talking
But we
about.
do rent out our arena.
True.
So, I mean, that's just so that there's consistency there. Now, this does not stop an organization from writing a letter to the city council asking this body to give a greater discount or waive fees. You've seen that in the past, that people have asked for fees to be waived. Prime example is this body waives the fee for Olcott Park for Land of the Loon down to $1 every year that we have the Land of the Loon Festival. Organizations still can do this. And if the schools were wanting to utilize our facility as a debate stage, they would still have that ability to work with me to bring forth a letter to request a different discount.
Yeah, Knowledge Bowl would be another one that's be multi-schools that would be involved. That would be a lot of people that could utilize the facility.
There are still ways that some of these organizations can get discounts, but the purpose of having a policy like this is to minimize the amount of things that are coming to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Freely. I think this is a reasonable and prudent request. I think it's for education and for nonprofits. It's an entity that other arenas offer as well. Extracurricular activities for, where do you stop there? And what school, if it's an individual or a group or whatever the case may be. And I like the option, if they're looking for something, they can come to us and we can make that decision on a case-by-case basis, which sometimes sets a precedent, a whole new can of worms as we move forward. But I think the recommendation is prudent, and by approving the recommendation of Park and Rec with also the recommendation of our city staff with respect to this limited discount option, I think it's prudent to move forward. So it has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 1J, review the advertisement and extension of the Mech Hotel request for proposals. Brian?
Oh, you want me to talk first? That could be dangerous.
I could talk first.
You go ahead and talk first, and then I'll chime in.
I'll give you my opinion. That way, everybody will chime in with respect to where I'm standing. We've gone through the request for proposals. We've asked for other hotels to come forward. We've had some inquiries, but they don't want to be at the Mech. They want to be on the Highway 53 access point. They want to have direct access to the highway and those kind of things. And so we've already gone out for one request for proposal, and we've gone quite widespread with respect to that. And I know that there's some angst among some of the counselors about the proposal that's before us, that the hotel group that wants to move forward with an IHG type of a facility. I know that their request, part of their construction is going to be done by a local union contractor. And that being said, I don't know what the purpose of going out again for proposal, but I would look forward to hearing from the other councils with respect to that. So Brian, before you move forward, we'll go to Councilor Paulson. She has her light on. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I want to clarify the actual, the RFP that went out was stated specifically for a hotel. And the response that we received was a hotel and an apartment complex. So it did not match the RFP that we went out for. So I think that's part of the reason we're at this point again. Now, also, it was advertised in the Hometown Focus, the Mesabi Tribune, I believe the Duluth Tribune, LinkedIn, and maybe one other publication. Those are not, in my opinion, adequate enough venues or locations to advertise this in. I had asked for a marketing component to be added into the RFP, and I'm assuming these 2 pages is the marketing component?
The legal ad I had sent you guys previously is a very long, boring thing that goes in the column in the legal section or the classifieds. We had proposed putting in display ads rather to try to catch people's eye rather than the legal ad.
Okay, so these would actually be ads.
Ads that we'd put in magazines and newspapers.
Okay, and then when, I guess now that we've approved the bumper cars, like if you go into page 2 of 8, it's on page 64, site facts and redevelopment goals. I really thought that language would be a little bit more juicy when I asked for that marketing component, that it would highlight more of what we're doing in the facility. And I just had Pam send an email out to all the counselors that I had called up DSGW to get some actual renderings, professional renderings of the interior and the exterior of the new MECC facility. I think these need to be incorporated in this package so a developer understands what the expectation is, what the beauty of the building is, as well as adding the bumper ice car piece onto that. And I will also say this. So I went out, I don't even know, I guess I'm a rewards member for certain hotel chains. So I actually went on their hotel websites and they have a caption page, more info, for franchise opportunities. So I went and I received an email response right away. And in that same email response, got a vice president of an area for 8 different states. So I'm just curious as to if I can pick up the phone or put an email together that I get that kind of a response, why we didn't do that to begin with. The next thing I thought of is the Residence Inn in Duluth is one place that I'd stayed and had, when we were talking about Cleveland Cliffs, bringing in their execs and where they're going to stay. So I went on the parcel code lookup, found who the hotel owner was. They're in South Dakota. I Googled their business, called up their business. The gentleman the owner's on vacation, but is definitely interested. So I'm just very curious if I can make those types of inquiries in one day, why we didn't do that due diligence. I mean, putting it in the Hometown Focus is, to me, that's totally inadequate. So if we're serious about what we're doing with the MECC, I think we need to be equally as serious as what we want in terms of a hotel here. And the fact that, maybe some of the feedback was, no, we don't want it on that site. No, well, then it's up to us to make it as attractive as we can, why someone would want to be and come to that site. That's what our intention was with the property. I just don't think we're doing a good enough job putting it forth in the right way.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Paulson. Anybody else have their light on? Okay, I just want to say that, I understand that, and I believe that, we made an effort, maybe not to the satisfaction of some of the councilors with respect to this. I just have a different perspective on things. Extended stays is an important tool. Whether your regular hotel chain has extended stays or not, I don't know. But when you say apartment complexes, it's worded that way in order to get the financing package and the insurance and the banking issues. But extended stays are important to be able to stay in a suite or something of that occasion. That's what these apartments or extended stays are. They're suites, like the residence is in Duluth, where you have this opportunity to stay for long periods of time, whether you're a corporate executive, whether you're an entertainer, whatever the case may be. They don't want to stay in a regular hotel room. So to have that combination of two instead of having just one honeymoon suite and those kind of things, I found that particular piece to be attractive moving forward. I know there were some finance challenges with that respect. So that being said, let's go to Councilor Beyondich first and then back over to Park and Rec. Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. And I would tend to agree. And I think I made it clear at our last meeting that when we traveled a lot of times, we did use the extended stay. It wasn't a night by night in a hotel. And I was surprised that that's all the further out that we looked for somebody to put something on this property. I am not in a hurry to get this done. It's like everything we're doing at the MECC, we need to get it right. We need something with quality and something that people will be wanting to stay in. So to me, I'm not in a rush with this. I would rather that we keep looking and going out further than our local area to find a nice quality facility that would be able to host all the guests that will be coming here.
Thank you, Councilor Beyondich. Brian?
Appreciate both Councilor Paulson and Councilors Beyondich, your opinions and your thoughts about how we had advertised this. But I would like to echo Mayor Cuffey's sentiments that we've already gone out and we've advertised this. May not have advertised it the way you ideally would have liked it to have been, but we did advertise it and we've gotten one response back. We got turned down a lot. So I'm gonna take a step back in time. Let's all jump in our time machine and go back to high school. Prom season is quickly approaching. We've been asked to the prom. Now, we can either say yes and have a sit-down conversation with the person who's asked us to prom, or we can hold out for the prom king or queen to ask us. But we're going to run the risk of sitting home on prom night by ourselves if we do that. While, yes, we are not in a rush, yeah, we are in a rush for a hotel. Here in a few minutes, when we get down to item L, you're going to see that we've already lost a event to come to the MECC because we don't have the hotel space. This city council approved a hotel study and a housing study that were completed here a few months ago. I don't know how many of you thoroughly read that study, but I'll give you the cliff notes. On an average weekend, we're 50 beds short here in Virginia for hotels. That means that we're not going to be getting these trade shows. That means Councilor Friedlieb's projections that this facility is going to sit empty are truer than our hopes that we're going to be booked out. Councilor Baraboo keeps saying that if we build it, they will come. If there's no place for them to sleep, they're not going to come because they physically can't come here. We have to have a hotel. At this point, the one RFP that we have been given, my opinion is this body should be sitting down and talking with that person. If you don't like what they have to say at the end of that, then politely shake hands, go your separate ways, but at least hear the man out. I've done some research as to what he has done, what he brings to the table in communities that he's been in. I could foresee that not only does he make an investment in this hotel, but over time he starts making an investment to revitalize around that hotel, which is exactly what we want. It's exactly what I want. That's my neighborhood. I want to see that thriving. When I die and pass away, I want my house to be able to, my daughter to be able to sell my house for much more than I bought it for today. If we don't revitalize these areas, then we're going to see our market go down. I've heard counselors say that we used to have a larger population, we used to be thriving. Well, if you want to get back to thriving, you need to do things differently than they were done 20 years ago. I know a lot of that had to do with mining, but we're never going to have the same number of miners in this area as we did back in the 70s and 80s. Mining technology has changed. We have to find other ways to do it. The MECC is one of those other ways to do it, but that building will not reach its potential with the lack of hotel space that we have. I've also heard that it has an apartment complex component to it. It does not have an apartment complex component to it. However, our housing study says we need more housing in this area. It has a long-term stay component to it.
30 days, right?
29 days. Renewable after 29 days. That is not an apartment, although I could foresee several people, such as Cleveland Cliffs or different organizations, doing long-term of several months at a time. Your snowbirds that don't want to maintain could do that. Well, I've also heard that the council is concerned that the wrong element will reside there. There is one easy way that you control the wrong element from staying there, and that is your price point. And in staff's negotiation or staff's discussions with our RFP submitter, that's exactly what he wants to do. He doesn't want the wrong element in this facility because the wrong element damages the facility, damages the facility's image, and you don't get the right element back in there. In addition to having it set up for long-term and short-term, if you're staying in the long-term, you still have to walk by that front desk. So tell me an apartment complex anywhere around here that has somebody that you have to walk by 24 hours a day. Again, this is not an apartment complex. It is my opinion that the city council, rather than putting out another RFP, should be sitting down and having a discussion with the person who's asked you to prom at this point. Is it the prom king or queen? Maybe, maybe not. But at least having a discussion would be a whole lot better than sitting at home on prom night by yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So we have a few lights on, so let's start incrementally around the corner here. We'll start with Councilor Freelieb, then go to Councilor Paulson, and then back to Councilor Bearable. Councilor Freelieb.
Thank you for that impassioned plea, Brian. And geez, I apologize to any and all of you if I've given the impression that I expect this new MECC to be empty, because that's not even remotely the case. I mean, I'm expecting no less than what we've always had. And
Well, we won't reach our potential.
Well, I hope we will.
With a hotel?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And, you know, I'm aligning myself more with, you know, we've invited people to the door, and we've got someone that's knocked and actually came in and visited with us and told us what his idea was. And nobody else has knocked. Nobody else has come to the door. So I'm kind of the same mind. We probably need to dig a little deeper into what that proposal is as opposed to keep looking. I don't know. We can look far and wide, and I think, I don't know to what extent we already have, if it's just a hometown focus or whatever. I think it's got to be more than that. But point being, we have somebody that's at the door. He's knocked. He's come and visited with us. He's given us his ideas. And you're right. It's what else is there right now to look at? It's something that we have to consider. But yeah, I don't know that I completely believe in the Isaac Sports Group's projections, but in no way, shape, or form do I think we're going to end up with an empty MECC once this thing is built. Believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freedom. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect, the person that's ultimately in charge of gathering this information is our new economic developer. I'm not understanding how our Park and Rec director is a part of this. This is economic development for that location. And you might not agree with what I have to say about an RFP going out in different advertisements, but the fact that I can pick up the phone and achieve some results in one day is extremely frustrating to me. And I can appreciate what you're saying, but when that group came forward, but the Patel group came forward on some of their apex or appendices, it stated apartment. They wrote that themselves in their own proposal in the RFP. So that wasn't my words, that was their words. And it was very clear in our RFP that we were looking for a hotel, just a hotel. If they wanted to say extended stay, then he should have pitched it that way in the RFP to begin with. Then I would have been comfortable coming to the table. Now, I just don't think we've done our due diligence on this, and I'm not going to be pressured or bullied into making a decision because you think one way. I'm not going to feel like that. We have a gentleman that we hired for our economic development, and that should be his responsibility and his job duty. So that's all I'm going to say, and I will not move forward to come into any type of a meeting with that group until we get the RFP correct.
Thank you, Counselor Paulson. Counselor Bearable.
I have real mixed feelings about this particular issue. Number one, we've got to get something into this community for a hotel, motel, whatever spaces you require. I spent 14 years traveling with my son, 63 games a year or plus for hockey all over the state of Minnesota. And you found places, and these are tournaments and stuff they had, and you found places that were close to a facility that's going to put on your venues. You tried to get as close as you could. Sometimes you could, sometimes you couldn't if they didn't have the hotel motel spaces for them. But this is going to be big business in the wintertime here. You got the capability of 16-team tournaments with this new facility around schedules. And those people spend lots of money. I know what I spent way back in the 80s and into the 90s when I went around. I spent anywhere from $300 to $500 a weekend when I did this stuff. So you spend a lot of money. I think we can do a dual purpose thing. We can bring Mr. Patel back in here, have a really frank conversation with him, what we want to see done here around what he wants to do. And if we walk away and don't do this, that's fine. But Brian's right. Shake hands with the gentleman and go out at the same time. And I think that, John, you do have, since you're now our new planner and economic developer guy, that's why I look at you. We can do this. Go to Minneapolis, go to outside of the state of Minnesota to look at these things. Go to the big chains that have franchises out there. You've seen it change over 3 times in Mountain Iron. Different franchises going there, and they're still going. So I think we need to do a dual approach on this and go out. And if we're satisfied, once we talk to Mr. Patel again, he went through and did a whole tour of the MECC facility, because I was along with him and his partner in the facility. And I did not talk to him about what he was looking to do, but he mentioned it. He's the one that brought it forward. I think we can't turn down any particular entity that may want to come to Virginia, Minnesota for this particular type of venue, even if it's close to the MECC and not exactly in that spot. We still need these extra beds in this community if we're going to do anything. You get a League of Minnesota Cities coming up here for a convention, and they will come. You're looking at not even close to 50 short beds. You're looking for a couple hundred short beds with that organization comes up here. Same thing if you get the Greater Minnesota Cities coming up here. You get the Library Association coming up here. We're going to go after all those. From my understanding, we're going to do this.
We're going to go after them, but we have to have the beds for them to put their heads.
That's exactly right. You can't do it if you don't have the beds and places for people to stay. And in the summer months, it even gets shorter because you got all the tourists coming up to and staying at the motels, hotels in our area. 30% increase in traffic in the summer months up here, and that's documented. So, and it's all tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bearable. Before we go to Councilor Beyondich, just like to clarify that. I don't think anybody, with all due respect, Counselor Paulson, anybody's trying to be bullied here. I think we're having a pretty passionate discussion about where we want to go. And I know that our Community Development Director, John Sullivan, John, you've had a chance to take a look at Patel's project. You've seen what it's like. You've had some reservations, concerns about that. You've vetted through this process. But I think it's prudent for us, we have somebody at the table, at least sit down and talk to them. Doesn't necessarily mean that we can't continue to look elsewhere as well, but to hold that in abeyance, I think it's prudent for us to look at all aspects of this as well. So I don't consider it as a bullying tactic. I don't consider it as a rush to judgment. I look at this as a conversation that we're having about where we want to go. And as elected body, we all have our personal opinions, and we'll make those decisions accordingly based upon a motion that comes from the floor, and then we'll do our due diligence in order to accomplish it and bring that motion to realization. So that being said, we'll move to Councilor Beyondich. Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. I was just taken aback that the only places that this was put out was very local. I think if we're trying to get a chain, some type of a chain into this area, you need to go out. You need to go out further. You can't look. It's like throwing a rock in a mud puddle, and there's your circle, and that's all we deal with. If we're thinking outside the box on this, we got to think outside the box. We got to go out there. So I'm just very frustrated. Putting it in a local paper and keeping it local, that's not going to draw in who we're looking for.
Okay, in answer to your question, I think I'm going to refer to our city administrator because I think it wasn't just local.
And I just wanted to point out that because it's an RFP, we have to publish it in Mesabi Daily News as part of our legal requirements, but our city attorney wants to speak.
Right, thank you. City attorney's on staff, Brian Lindsay. Brian, welcome via Zoom. Could you weigh in on this for us?
I can, Mayor, and I do appreciate. I was trying to jump in, so thank you, Britt. The comment that I wanted to make is it's important to remember as we deal with RFPs or bids or anything else that we can publish. Obviously, we can advertise anywhere, and that's great to cast a wide net. But we have to do everything formally. I know that there was some conversation. There was some discussion early in the conversation about just picking up a phone or contacting people directly. We've got to be very careful about those types of activities and just make sure that anything that we're doing is through a formal process. It gives equal opportunity for people to put in those proposals. So that was my only comment, Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lindsay, and please stand by. We may have some more questions for you. Councilor Paulson.
Very good.
Thank you. And Brian, thank you for that clarification. When I reached out, I had no RFP. No, I just was calling to see if there was any interest if we were to put out an RFP. And as that RFP would come forward, then my conversation was that would be sent over to them as we move forward through the process. So I wasn't trying to usurp anything. That being said, I would like to actually make a motion that we revise the RFP to include the bumper ice cars, change on the site facts and redevelopment goals. I think the ad is fine, and that we repackage this and resubmit the RFP. That would be my motion.
Okay, motion by Councilor Paulson. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councilor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Barnzelli.
Why don't we, as a committee of the whole, have a special meeting to talk about this exact thing? We want to get a motel in our area. Evelyn had one. They couldn't run it, knocked it down. There's only one over there in Evelyn. We should sit down and brainstorm us as a group, as a committee of the whole. And here we are arguing here. We're not going anywhere with this. We should have a meeting. Somebody should get us a meeting and let's talk about it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's what we have been doing, and I think that's what we'll continue to do with vet out every opportunity that we have. And so we do have the motion on the floor in a second to go out for an RFP, which means, I don't know if that, I'll reserve my comments for after to clarify the motion so that if it would negate us from being able to have any other discussions at any time with the current individual that was in the original RFP, or if we can't do that. So I don't think we can, and I think we'll get an opinion on that from our city attorney, and that concerns me as well. Further discussion, Councillor Johnson.
Actually, that was going to be one of my questions about how does it affect the interested party if we do would this be a second RFP or is this a different RFP? Like, what are
It would be considered an extension.
an extension of the RFP with it because of the bumper cars and
Because of lack of responses.
the lacquer? Oh, okay. This is complicated, and the question has come to my mind about the processes of government in this. And Mr. Lindsay kind of spoke to this about reaching out to people as opposed to having them come to us. It's one of those things that if we could get the list of chains, I mean, there's a lot of chains, but there's, 4 or 5 companies that own all of the chains. Is it feasible for us to directly to send the RFP directly to those 5 corporate headquarters or something? I mean, that's the kind of thing I think that would mean we're being more active than passive. Most of our RFPs are passive. Most of our RFPs, we hope that somebody local is going to do so that we can award the contract locally. And so that's one of the things, Councillor Paulson, is that kind of what you think? This needs to be more of an active RFP process, and I'm in support of extending this, but I would like to see us maybe to having a conversation with current folks that have those affiliation agreements, so that we're not wasting our time sending to Wyndham knowing that there's already a Super 8 and an American, and there's just no way to get another Wyndham property within 100 miles of here because they're already doing it. And I do agree that this may be something that needs to fall more on John now that we have him on board to take one more thing off of Brian's plate, but they can still work together. I think that that we have, when new people come on, there's always that gray area of who does what, and Britt is at the top of farming out all the responsibilities she's been doing for so long. So I think that extending this some, but not a lot. I would like is there a time frame that we have? I'll be honest, I didn't reread the RFP because
We did actually get 2 other hotel chains that called about the original RFP, and their sentiment was, it's too short a time to get together the information you need. And we don't like that location. So that's what we heard back from the 2 other vendors independent of this one. So there was actually 3 interested parties. I do think if we're going to do this, we propose to doing it till July 1. So that gives them, if it would go out today, May, June, July. So it gives them quite a long time to get some stuff together.
And can part of that, or is part of this RFP, and there might be other opportunities for you to, in other places in the Virginia area, so that we're not tying this site specific.
The directive we had was site specific. So
Okay.
we did not have a clause in there about the other areas of town because that was not.
I guess I would ask the council if that would be something we would consider. Maybe we get more than one hotel out of this RFP if it's not site specific. I know Ideally, having it there with the skywalk is exactly, when I stay at conferences, I want to be there. I want to be able to walk to my classes, go back to my room, change, walk to have a Coke, and then walk down. So I think that this could be a dual purpose thing, that there is a site specific, but there is also the opportunity for other development in our area. So I would ask the rest of the counselors if maybe there's a dual language, if that would be appropriate, and I guess I would defer to John if would be an appropriate use of the RFP.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. That was the first time I've ever heard that there was an additional people that were interested. I guess that's my point. That's really frustrating to me. I don't recall that. So if that was the case, I don't know why we didn't extend it to begin with. But I thank you, Counselor Johnson, for kind of walking it back and trying to understand where I'm coming from and how we can possibly put something together that makes all of us feel good, and for de-escalating. I appreciate that. But that being said, that is my motion. I don't know, the person could either keep their proposal or change it and change the language apartment to extended stay. I mean, when that RFP came through, that's exactly what it said on their RFP. It said apartment. So I'm fine with extending it. I would like to see the language change, and that was my motion, and it was seconded by Councilor Beyondich.
Yeah, and we're still having a discussion about it, Counselor Paulson. We'll get to the vote here until it'll give everybody an opportunity to respond in the discussion phase of this motion. Counselor Freely.
And I would think even if we move forward with the motion, it would give even Mr. Patel, I'm assuming, the latitude to alter his RFP or resubmit and modify it to be more of an extended stay versus the hybrid apartment versus hotel. One idea that I did like that's kind of similar to what Councilor Johnson was talking about, he had mentioned how cool it would be to have actually a tunnel system. So you could walk without even going outside from the hotel to the new Mech for those kinds of events that are occurring, weddings and so on. I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, I think we do need to look a little farther and wider and give him the opportunity to modify something that's not necessarily what he wants, but what we want. That's one thing. And no, I'm losing my train of thought here, unfortunately. Okay, that happens. And I'm only 64. Holy crap.
Wait till you get wait till you get to 68.
Yeah, wow. Oh, that's what it was. My concern with the Patel proposal was that even if we were to convey the land, he also had about a $4.5 million funding gap that would fall on the shoulders of the city, as I recall. And that was one thing that kind of had me stopped in my tracks with regard to that, because we have to figure out how we would fill that gap. So that's one of the concerns I had with that, now that it just came to my mushy mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Freely. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, moved and supported. And would you read back the motion, please, to make sure that the motion is what Councilor Paulson is stated?
Moved by Councilor Paulson, supported by Councilor Beyondich, to revise the RFP to add the bumper car information to be included in the site information and repackage and resubmit the RFP.
Is that correct, Councilor Paulson?
That is correct.
Okay, moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Brian, did you have any more you want to discuss? Or John, did you have any issues that you'd like to bring forth? I have one question.
Go ahead. Do you have another comment or two that I would like to make?
Please do.
First, if any of my impassioned speech earlier made anyone feel bullied, that was not my intention. I do apologize for that. If I have bullied anyone in hindsight, I have bullied my coworker John by refusing to yield the mic to him. I was not super involved in this RFP. I'm still standing before you today because I'm passionate about what this hotel will do for the Mech, which I am in charge of. And I realize that a hotel is a game changer for this facility and makes my life a whole lot easier and makes the operating revenue or potential operating revenue for this facility a lot more attractive than the facility will look without the hotel. Going back to my analogy of prom, we've been asked out. If you don't want to accept the date to prom right now, don't accept the date to prom. At least go out for pizza. I think you owe it to this gentleman who has been up here, who has put together a decent proposal, to at least sit down and talk with the man. If you're not happy, then put out this RFP again. Who knows, he may be the prom king, and we could have just hit a home run here, but we'll never know if we don't sit down and go out for pizza with him or something. My fear, and I'm not going to speak for Mr. Patel, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, my fear is if this body goes ahead and redoes the RFP, puts it back out there again, his offer for going to prom with us is going to be off the table. He'll pull his offer, is my fear. I don't know that. I'm not going to speak for him, but that is my fear. And I also fear that that puts a black eye on this council and this city, that we had somebody willing to come to the table and we weren't even willing to sit down with him. That's all I have to say at this point. I'm going to yield the microphone to Mr. Sullivan, with my apologies for hogging the microphone this whole time.
Thank you, John. Would you please come forward? And maybe I have a question for you, and I have a question for Councilor Paulson, just to clarify the motion. Councilor Paulson, does that motion is that site-specific on the hotel, or is it not?
I mean, I think we want it to be in that location. I would be open to that, but if we're going to be, I mean, I would be open to whatever the rest of the council is thinking on that. But I think the RFP, it just needs to be changed. And then maybe we talk about the site specificness of that, or can that be an option within it?
Yeah. Might I suggest that maybe it was just a tagline that other development potentials exist, contact us at whatever.
I think that would be satisfactory
So we
to
don't
me.
narrow it to just a hotel. It could be, I mean, we'd certainly
Because
entertain
we
a
may
restaurant.
get a couple different deals out of this as
Right.
long as we're putting it together. So I like that language. That makes me comfortable.
I just want to make sure that the language, if it's site-specific, the RFP is site-specific. If it's not site-specific, then it's not. So that begs the question, and we haven't voted on the motion yet. We will get there, but as far as if it's not site-specific, and we did have a couple of that did, and we've penned the RFPs, so hopefully we'll get some answers back if it passes, the motion passes. The question for me is that if it's not site-specific, what property do we have in the city limits of Virginia within our curtilage to build a hotel other than what's on that site?
That's what I was
That would
gonna
be my question to you, John. Good morning.
Yeah, wow. Good morning. I guess I was ready for action on just the RFP part of it, because that's what was on the agenda. I think we've been bouncing around, but I get it. It's all related, and thank you, Brian. We have a great working relationship, and we get along real well, and I kind of joined this party, if you recall, back in January, and you already had a person, the Patel group, proposing this, so it's a little bit of a tightrope for me to walk on when I just come in, just to change the whole thing up when I'm just a new guy finding out what's going on. That being said, we were directed by the council to extend the RFP, and that's what I'm here to do, and we were just following through, and I liked Julianne's recommendation on, to add the photos and to juice it up and make it look better. I think that's a good idea, and I think we're going to do that. Jumping off topic a little bit to the specific, Patel group and everything, I was very somewhat critical when I was here at the last meeting, and I had some concerns about their proposal. I agree with Councilor Paulson that they did say in their initial proposal and the one they submitted that it's an apartment. Well, they are now asserting that it will be an extended stay. It will not. I had concerns about union labor on the job, and they've said that they're going to clean that up. So I think on the whole separate topic, I think we need to have a workshop with that group to hear more about what they do. Meanwhile, going out further to extend the RFP. That's what I would recommend. I do believe when I was here talking about it and talking about the RFP process, that I did get a response saying, you know, I had one that said, well, you know, we might not submit and we might not want that location. Thought I said that.
I recall.
Okay. Just to be clear, I thought I had covered that we did get a phone and an email response. Anyway, for that matter, if anybody has any other more specific questions for me, I'm certainly here ready to answer them.
No, I think that's fine for right now. We have a couple lights on, but I have a question for Brian, Lindsay. Brian, the question for me is, in the event that we have a motion on the table and a second to move forward with putting out an extension to the RFP, that prohibit us as an entity to actually sit down with the Patel Group and negotiate and moving forward with some clarifications? Is that would be outside of the, can we do that in parallel with one another, or do we cannot negotiate or talk with Patel Group until the extended RFPs have been, the deadline has been passed?
Thank you, Mayor. In answer to that question, I think we would be able to ask for clarifications from an existing proposal, but we shouldn't sit down and actually negotiate with anyone until the passage of the extension, until that final extension is lapsed and we have all the proposals in.
Thank you, Brian, for that clarification. Councilor Paulson and Councilor Bearable. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you. And this is a question for Brian Lindsay as well. Brian, if we go forward with this extension on the RFP, can the one potential party that submitted, can they resubmit? Can they modify what they put in, which is not exactly what was a fit in our original RFP request, was for a hotel. So then can they resubmit that, and then we can all come to the table at that point?
Mayor and Councilor Paulson, to answer your question, they could resubmit. So long as the period to provide proposals is open, they could ask essentially just to withdraw their prior proposal, make amendments, and then resubmit within the deadline.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that's where I was going with making my motion to begin with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Paulson. Councilor Bearable.
Yeah, at this point, I'm very critical of what you guys are proposing. I think it is ludicrous. I think it's not fair to Mr. Patel and his group that came to us. I think if we're going to do this right and legally right, you give Mr. Patel a chance to come in here, as John said, at a workshop, we go through his stuff. We bring to the table what we want to see, and if he says no, then we go out for new RFPs, and he can resubmit again at that point. I will not vote for going with this to put this out, because everybody knows what Mr. Patel has put forward already, because it's public. So that's an issue that I have. And it's not fair for that gentleman, because he was the first one that came to us. I don't know whether I like his proposal or not. In some areas I do, some I don't. I'd like to hear from him to see if he's willing first, before we go out, to do modifications and give us a update for the way we want to go with this. But it's our decision where we want to go, not the developers. That's my thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bearable. So we've had some significant discussion. There is a motion on the floor by Councilor Paulson, supported by Councilor Beyondich. Before we move forward with the vote, is there any further discussion? Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. How did Mr. Patel hear about this? Was it through one of the ads?
John?
Just point of clarification, when you say hear about this, specifically when you say hear about this, just the opportunity in general here, or?
I'm just curious to know if we had anybody respond to the ads that were put out. Is that how
The
he learned
original
of this?
RFP, right?
The original?
The original RFP, he responded on the original RFP, correct?
Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Mayor, may I respond to that?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I did have a conversation with the Lundin Group, and the Lundin Group is the one who brought Mr. Patel forward. And I don't know if it was because of the RFP or prior to the RFP, but the Lundin Group was responsible for bringing Mr. Patel's group to us.
Mr. Mayor,
Please, John.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry. It was, Counselor Paulson's correct. It was the Lundin Group that originally referred them before we went to RFP. That is correct.
And then clarification for Counselor Paulson's question, was there, did they actually respond to the RFP, the Patel Group?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much. So now we have a motion on the floor. Once more, before we vote, looks like we're ready to vote. Could you please repeat the motion just one more time, Pam?
Moved by Counselor Paulson, supported by Counselor Beyondich to revise the RFP to add the bumper car information to the site information, repackage and resubmit the RFP. For the hotel.
So that is the motion. So it doesn't say site-specific on this, so it just, a RFP for a hotel in Virginia. That's the
RFP
general.
that's in your packet is, that's what we're voting on. It's site-specific.
Okay, so I want to make sure that
Yes,
that's
because
part of
as
the
you alluded
motion.
to, we have no other space in town that would be big enough for a hotel that the city owns today. And it would not be in our best interest to start advertising for space we don't own. So,
Yeah, and that's why I wanted the clarification that the RFP says site-specific,
Yes.
specific, but the emotion, I want to make sure that it included in the motion was that what's in our packet, or if it's a different motion altogether. And that's why I asked for the clarification on whether it's site-specific or not. So, Counselor Friedli.
When we first met with Mr. Patel and we walked around the grounds and went over to and toured the facility, that was prior to the RFP. Okay? And he was of the notion that he was first on the doorstep and kind of was exclusive to this whole process. I do recall him being not happy with the fact that we were going to put out an RFP, and he was reluctant to submit, but then decided, I have a good idea, I'm going to submit anyhow, and he did. So my caution would be, now we're doing this a second time to the guy. You know, it's like we've heard from him once, we've heard from him now twice, and second time officially, and now we're going to swing around and try it again, and I don't know, this could be troublesome. It could be troublesome, because who's there could say, forget it then. I mean, I hope he doesn't. I hope we do get the opportunity to have kind of a workshop with him or whatever, but I'm a little concerned about what we've had on our doorstep, and we could be turning him away. But anyhow, that's my point.
Yeah, thank you. Just before we go to Pam, so my perception is that there's a threat of that if we didn't use the RFP process, that somehow it was a backdoor. That's not the proper term. It's probably more too caustic, but for the lack of a better term off my head, a backdoor process to get a developer in. Well, you know, anybody can bring somebody forward. A developer can come and, the Lundin Group was charged with trying to provide some opportunities moving forward. They are bringing forward any economic development piece that will help the MECC. This was before John came on board. I think it was prudent for them to do so. So I don't think they did anything wrong. That's something they wanted us to do. But we did move forward with the RFP, which was prudent for us to do, and we did our due diligence in that regard, at least to that point. And so that moving forward. So before we go to Councilor Paulson, Pam?
I do have a question. Thank you, Mayor, for the attorney. Mr. Lindsay. So I don't recall that we ever accepted or rejected the RFP. So with that being said, if we have not done either one of those, could we resolve this whole issue by either accepting or rejecting the RFP, because you do have a certain length of time to make that decision once they are submitted to you. So would that help in the process? And then we could revise and re-advertise the RFP with the current information.
Or are you referring to rejecting or
Brian?
accepting? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say, Brian?
And so if I understand the question or understand the comment, the question really is, does the city have the ability to reject or would it make the process cleaner to just reject the current proposal that's come in response to the original advertisement and then basically re-advertise a new program?
Correct.
Yeah, that's always an option that the city has.
But not required.
Thinking it might alleviate any issues with him already submitting the proposal and that being public record as well, if it's rejected.
But we are extending it though, right, correct? It's an extension of the original RFP with some changes? Brian?
Correct. Mayor, there's two ways that the city could proceed. We could either approve an extension to allow additional RFPs to come in under the original advertisement, or the city could declare that the one proposal that was received is rejected and we're basically starting the process over again.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Does that answer your question, Pam? Thank you. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification with the way the Patel Group came forward. I think what Councilor Beyondich and my point was the effectiveness of our advertising, who responded based on an ad. It had nothing to do with when they came forward. It was about the effectiveness of our advertising, and that tells me that it wasn't very effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been moved and supported.
Mayor,
Is there any
Mayor,
further discussion?
I still have,
Yeah,
I
Councilor
still have
Bearable.
discussion.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Bearable.
I still think this is putting the cart before the horse, okay? Mr. Patel came in good faith with his proposal after our initial, we screwed up. He didn't screw up. We screwed up. If we didn't advertise this in far enough to the point, I think we need to sit down as a city council, put together what we actually want to see in that site and present that in a workshop with Mr. Patel. And if he's willing to go along, fine. And then after that, if he's not, then we go out for new proposals. I think he's going to walk away from this. That's my personal opinion from being around for all these years in business and stuff. If you don't do it right to start with, you can't penalize the guy because we screwed up. And we screwed up to begin with. And I'm not going to vote for going out and putting this gentleman. I want to hear if he's willing to do what we want him to do with this facility. That's our responsibility and our charge as a council. We can listen to what they have to offer, but we need to put in the specifics that we want to see in that site. And it needs to be site-specific. So that's my point. And I don't care how you vote, but I'm voting against going out with an extension on this or to negate the original RFP that was out there. He happened to be the only one that responded. We have a due diligence to listen to him one more time with what we want to have. And if he was willing to accept it, then we go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bearable. So now it's been moved and supported. Is there any more discussion? Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. And I don't think that we are saying that this is on him. It is the city's responsibility, and it is up to us to do it correctly. So if this happened and nobody else, this was not done correctly in the first place, I think we do need to step back and do it the correct way. Thank you.
Mayor, one more counter.
Let me just, I think we've done it correctly. I think we put an RFP, we did everything legally. It may not be to the expectations of a counselor or a group or whatever the case may be, but we did do it correctly. We did put the RFPs out correctly. We did get a response correctly. We did have our Lundin group as charged to try to look for some people correctly. And so we did put out the RFP, and they received them legally and correctly. So that part of it is true. Now, if we wanted to do something beyond that, that's what the motion on the floor is to do today. Councilor Beyondich.
And I was just responding to Councilor Baraboo's saying that we've done, it is on the council that we did it incorrectly. That's what I'm responding to. Thank you.
Yeah, we
I
did.
respond back to Maya, please?
Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
I'm not going to beat on you, Maya. That's not what I meant with my statement. I said, if we did not put out the RFP to get more interested parties, and that's where we're at fault, okay? The RFP process was, the mayor's correct. It was perfectly legal the way we put it out, and we voted on it as a council. That's where I'm going with this. That we already put a legal RFP process out there. May it not have been extended far enough, but that is not the individual's problem, Mr. Patel's. That is where we failed when we voted on the original RFP as a council. That's what I'm saying. But we did it legally.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the clarification. So, okay, it's been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Paulson, you had your light on. Any further discussion here?
You know, you can look at it many different ways, failing or succeeding. We never got to see this RFP before it even went out. It never got sent to the council to be able to change it or make some additions. So yeah, we did make some mistakes here with this whole process. And had this come forward and I had read it, I would have already said it needed to change. So I disagree with you, Councilor Baraboo. We put it out there. We also said hotel. And the RFP response is hotel apartment. So, it doesn't add up to what the RFP, what our request was, it was site-specific and it said hotel. His RFP came back with a response as an apartment with not quite enough beds that we had determined within the hotel feasibility study with the number of beds that were recommended to be put in that site. So I think there were mistakes made along the way, and I do want to get the process right. If Mr. Patel would like to change his proposal to be an extended stay and not go into the affordable housing gamut of what that proposal was stated as an apartment, I'm fine with that. But I think that we made mistakes along the way. And yes, it's part of our fault, but his response wasn't exactly what we were asking for.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify one point. I don't know, I got a copy of the RFP. I got a chance to read it. But anyway.
It was in the packet. I'm trying to find the date.
I read it in the packet. I read through the whole thing. So anyway, so now I know there's a lot of emotion here and tension with respect to this particular issue. We have had some significant discussion about it. We all have our personal opinions. There is a motion on the floor, and we don't need to repeat it again. We all know what that motion is. So if there's not any further discussion, we will hear to take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No.
Paulson,
Thank you.
Aye.
Beyondich,
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes.
Aaronzelli, Puffy,
No.
Baraboo,
No.
Reedley.
No.
Motion fails 4-3. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item K, which is the review of the proposed fitness center structure, hours and equipment. I do have some questions about that myself. I'm sure other councilors do.
Mayor, may I ask, can we have some direction what we're supposed to do now? So if that failed,
Okay, sure, let's,
could we continue the discussion on that? What would the
I was
council-
hoping that you could bring forward something for us to discuss, but we can do that now. If you just hang on one moment, Brian, thank you. So now that the motion failed to move out for the extension of the Mech Hotel for proposals, what is the council's what are the next steps? And so because of the failure of this motion, I think from my perspective, the next step, or prudent, the next step is to meet with Mr. Patel, go through the process, find out if, it will accommodate the needs that we have based upon what we want. And then if we can't come to some kind of agreement, as indicated by John a little bit and by Brian Silber, that we could shake hands and then move to the step of, we're starting from scratch all over again. So thank you for that. Those are my comments. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Pam's question about accepting or rejecting the original RFP from Mr. Patel, I don't know if today's the right day to do that, but I think that should be the next step. That is the council as a body willing to have further discussions, and that should be, I think we need to formally either say, yes, we're willing to have this discussion with you, or no, because in my mind, when we get bids for other items at the MECC, if they don't comply with the RFP, we don't even consider them. And he did, in his RFP, state apartments, and they were described as such, and that wasn't part of our RFP. So I think I would like to see us have that specific discussion, whether it's today or not. Because if we're going to have this discussion with him, and in the end we're going to decide that it wasn't worth it, we're losing time and wasting his time moving forward also. So that would be my input on the next step, is whether or not we're going to accept the RFP and negotiate after that formally.
Okay, thank you. So the clarification, if you found the RFP yet or not, Britt, does it specifically say how many rooms that we're asking for in that RFP?
The packet, the one that's in your packet.
Yep.
Specifically states the hotel study recommends about a 50 hotel room.
Okay, and his recommendation, based on the proposal from the RFP, was 48 units plus. So this, from my perspective, it's the hotel, and in addition to the hotel, based upon the 50 beds, was an extended stay or apartments, basically. That was in addition to that. That was, in my opinion, a plus, an add-on beyond the 50-room hotel. So Councilor Johnson's a comment about, what our next step is. I think, and again, I'll reiterate, my next step is that as where we stand now with the motion on the floor not passing at this point in time, that we move forward with discussion with Mr. Patel moving forward. It's going to cost us time one way or the other. If we reject the RFP and move off from it, it's still going to be out there. It's still going to be beyond the pale. So by having these discussions, which we could do relatively quickly with the Patel group, and then come back to the council, could be done in a reasonable amount of time, which is going to won't significantly impact the time frame moving forward, because in discussions and comments through our council, we've determined that hotel's not going to be available in September. It's not going to be available until maybe way late next year. So we're going to be going a year or more without a hotel anyway. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at. I think we owe it, regardless of how we processed our RFP, we owe it as a professional organization, and Professor Delcorme at least gave him the opportunity to make adjustments if we need it, because he did comply with the hotel part of it, the 50 beds, but the other part was the apartments we were concerned about. Well, that's all that's all part of that process of the RFP, particularly when he was the only one in that site-specific area. So I think we owe him the option of at least discussing with him and then moving forward from there. So those are my thoughts. Councilor Friede.
That's what I'd like to see. He was the only one that submitted, and I'd like him to come in and present his submission, so we can have back and forth discussion with regard to that and potentially tailor that to what we want. And if he's acceptable to that, fine. If not, then we would reject his proposal and move forward with what was suggested by Councilor Paulson.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other lights on, so, can we I think we should be directing staff to reach out to Mr. Patel and the group along with John Sullivan and include the appropriate staff in which to discuss further this RFP. Councilor Johnson.
Point of order, Mayor, I would
Yes.
like to remind you that you can step down as chair of the committee to make that motion, and then Charlie could, as vice mayor, call for the second and the vote. That would help speed things along.
Well, I thank you for that, Councilor Johnson. I'm well aware of what my duties and responsibilities are and what I can and cannot do. I'm just making a suggestion. This is an elected body. We're in the discussion phase of this at this point in time. So, if you're asking me to make the motion so that nobody else has to, I know I have that authority and I know I have that option. Thank you for that clarification and pointing that out to me. So, Councilor Paulson.
Thank you. This might be a question for Brian Lindsay. Legally, can we have continued discussion without, if we haven't accepted or rejected, can we legally enter into continued conversation?
Mayor, Councilor Paulson, I believe we could, and essentially what we could do is just address the specifics of what the council is looking for to the party that's submitted the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Councilor Paulson. John, I'd like if you could weigh in, please, and give us your thoughts.
Thank you. The original RFP stated that the city reserves the right to reject any and all proposals, to waive irregularities and informalities, to request additional information for all respondents, to negotiate terms and conditions with proposers, responders, and further reserves the right to select a proposal which furthers the best interest of the city in the city's sole judgment and discretion. The approval of the firm selected will ultimately be made by the city council. So this is exactly within the purview of what we can do. We're just going to be asking more information and we'll meet with them. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, John.
Mayor, and that's where I was going, and I'll make a motion that we entertain our staff to set up a meeting with Mr. Patel to further discuss based on our original RFP. And that's clarified. John, thank you very
Okay, motion by Councilor Baraboo. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councilor Freely. Further discussion. Councilor Freely.
For the committee of the whole, preferably? Yes.
Well, I think so, absolutely. That was your intent, to make sure
That's
we're
my
all
intent,
involved
to
in
have a
this?
committee. Well, we have to have all councilors involved with this.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and supported to bring the Patel Group for the committee of the whole meeting for a presentation and clarification. Is that the proper motion that you've made, Councilor Baraboo?
That is correct, with the city council having the questions, and we can meet ahead of time if we want to put questions to the Patel Group ahead of time too. That's another possibility, but for now, that's what I want done.
Okay, so the meet at the committee of the whole with respect to the Patel Group. And is there support? It was supported by Councilor Freely. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No, no.
Roll call, please, Pam.
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
Aaronzelli, Huffy,
Yes.
Baraboo,
Yes.
Friedlieb,
Yes.
Paulson.
Motion passes 5-2. Thank you. That give you the direction you need, Britt. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you one other question, Mayor, and to our administrator? Do we want to set up a meeting of our council itself ahead of time to put together what we really want to see out of this proposal? Ask Mr. Patel. I think that's imperative that we do that. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here in an argument again for another hour.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't prefer it as an argument. It's just that we were having discussions, obviously, which were very...
I'll correct my wording to this discussion.
Which we're all very passionate about, so. Okay, thank you. So we'll move to the next item. Brian, back up on your feet. To review the proposed fitness center structure, hours, and equipment. I do have a bunch of questions myself about that and how we're competing with private business and those kind of things. So, but please, thank you for this.
Yeah. A little over 2 years ago, during my interview process and when you hired me, I was told that we had the Mech project coming. And the YMCA had been one of the partners in getting the bond referendum passed, and it was the city's intention to work with the YMCA in developing this facility and operating the fitness component. At this point, I have not entered into any negotiations or anything with the YMCA or any other party. But professionally, Chad, the YMCA director, and myself, when we've gone out to coffee, we've brainstormed about what a partnership between us would look like. It is my assumption that we would like the fitness component of this facility to mirror the operational hours as much as possible, which is why I'm putting down some assumptions of operation hours. Assuming that we would want to operate the facility Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Those are going to be our standard operating hours for the building. Saturday and Sunday, we also operate 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., with events being able to go later. However, it would not be my recommendation to extend the hours past our normal closing. We could, however, look at opening our doors earlier. In other community center fitness centers that I have been a part of, I have noticed that your Saturday and Sunday early morning hours are not utilized as highly as the afternoon and evening hours are, which is why I was proposing and assuming that we would go a 9 a.m. opening. Again, all of these are assumptions. This is not a proposal. This is just to give me some room to start coming up with budgetary figures of what it would cost the city to operate this facility. So in operating the facility, we would need several positions. One, we're going to need to have a person sitting at the front desk to check people in. Just like you, when you go over to the YMCA or you go to the Rush or any other fitness facility, you have that member services representative. This person is able to check people in, sell memberships and things like that. I've used our current Ask Me wage scale for our part-time positions, and I would propose that we would have multiple part-time positions filling those positions or filling that time at the front desk. Approximately 91 hours per week. At the current rate scale that we pay, that equals to right at $102,000 per year for those part-time positions that we would be hiring. In addition, it would be prudent of the city to have a health and wellness director, which would be a full-time position. Again, I'm going on assumptions. This would be something that would have to be negotiated out because this is not a position that currently is in the Ask Me union's wage scale. So I'm going on assumptions of what it would cost, which would be about $74,000 a year. Then we would have the additional cost of program staff instructors. I'm looking at doing programming of classes such as your dance classes, your Zumba classes, your yoga classes. 6 classes a week would come up with a total that our instructor cost would be $20,000. The total cost then for staff alone for this facility would be just under $200,000 a year. In my casual conversations that I've had with Chad about what a partnership with the YMCA would look like, is it would be his desire that the city and the YMCA share a position, share the funding of a YMCA position, so it would not be somebody who would be an Ask Me employee, but we would pay for essentially half of the cost of that employee. Then the city would also have be brought in on the hiring process of that employee. That employee, at least half of their scheduled time would be scheduled at the MECC. And the YMCA would anticipate hiring all the member services representatives as YMCA employees. Things that Chad and I have discussed as far as what a partnership would look like. The YMCA would be providing the computer and monitor and keyboard, member card scanner, bank card scanner, signature center pad, digital camera and printer that would be at the front desk. Membership and accounting software for programs and registration and reservations and point of sale for the fitness center would be provided by the YMCA. And the city would have access to all of the reports from that. The city would provide access to the facility. Obviously, the YMCA would need that. We would also be providing the internet access for the computer to work on. And the city would be providing the needed furniture, desk or a kiosk to manage the accessibility to the facility. Understanding of a partnership, just what I have brainstormed in my head and what Chad has brainstormed in his head. Again, nothing in this is formal or worked out, but the facility would be open to all residents. Whether you have a membership or not, there would be we could do a daily drop-in fee. The city would retain the funds from any drop-in fees at the MECC. YMCA would receive membership fees for things that were memberships that were signed up for at the YMCA. If somebody purchases a membership at the MECC, that membership, we would get a portion of that membership to help offset our operating revenue. But if you purchase your membership at the MECC, it would also be good at the YMCA. Vice versa, if you purchased a membership at the YMCA, it would also be good at the MECC. And then we would obviously maintain the building. But one of the things that the YMCA is interested and willing to do is if large capital expenses arrive specific to the MECC Wellness Center, that the YMCA and the city would work together to share the cost of those upgrades. Now, hopefully that's not something that would happen for a couple of decades from now, but it is nice to know that we'd be entering into a partnership with somebody who would at least consider doing something like that with us. Again, I have had no formal discussions. This is not an agreement for the city council to consider today. If you would like to direct me to enter into formal negotiations with the YMCA or somebody else, I am more than willing to do so. This was put together because the information was requested.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Just one quick question for you, and then we'll go on to Councilor Johnson, and then over to Councilor Freely. The cost-benefit ratio, the cost-benefit analysis is of a concern to me. You know, the costs that you are your ideas of what the cost associated with that. What's the benefit that the city gets out of it? Number one, what's the benefit to the residents? Number two, how does this adversely affecting, not adversely, I should say, how is this in competition with the private fitness centers that are around the community? What kind of equipment we're going to have? Who's going to maintain the equipment? And so, and in that partnership and discussion with the YMCA, as they had an interest early on, we have no really solid, agreement or anything moving forward. So the kind of equipment that would go in there and those kind of things, who would pay for that equipment, who would maintain the equipment, would it be on a professional services basis. An example, when I ran the police gym down in the metro area, my job was to establish fitness programs for those officers who need to get into shape and then maintain the equipment and ensure that the professional service agreement is available for those. If there's so many hours of use, then that equipment has to be serviced. So all those kind of things are to be considered, and I appreciate that. We are currently reviewing this moving forward, your ideas, and bringing forward on what could be the costs associated with that. But I think this needs a lot further study. I think we need to move forward with with some kind of a investigation into or information about what kind of partnership we have. You know, is a membership really required? Are we going to have things available, on a permanent basis there? So all those are questions that I have moving forward, but I'm open to, investigating this further. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the thoughts I was wondering is if this is a potential, this facility, because it's city-owned, is a potential benefit to our employees as part of their package as we move them forward. I know sometimes our insurance, and I don't know if they still do this or not, they don't do I'm asking if, Sherry, if you could clarify if the insurance, back in the day, you used to get a $20 credit if you were in a gym, that kind of stuff.
Right, that is changing. It's now gone to a basic point system for walking so many miles or steps, and that is going away with Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't know if Health Partners is going to do it or anything, preferred one, but I've been told it's pretty much is going to be going away at the end of the year.
But I would like part of that, our discussion as we move forward to, is this gym facility a part of our benefits to our employees as opposed for them having to spend money to do it somewhere else? That would just be something I would think, I would just like discussed as we look at this. I think it's a great idea. I think a partnership is the right answer. As a counselor, I'd like to see the city get out of all the other things, being a landlord, and get out of those things. This would be a partnership that would facilitate some more benefits. And then as we move forward, is the walking track access part of what they would manage, and how would that look?
Yes, the walking track is part of the fitness component.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that begs another comment before we go to Councilor Freely about employees. And when I worked at the Metropolitan Airports Commission, my job was to run the police gym. It wasn't just for the police department, it was for the fire side too, because we had a facility over there for the fire and the police, and opened it up for all employees of the Metropolitan Airports Commission. Anybody who was employed at the MECC, the Metropolitan Airports Commission, could utilize those things for the healthy, wealthy, benefit of the employees moving forward. And that ran through the HR director, the wellness director, and then with each individual, with a fitness administrator for the program, which was me, and then some couple assistants. But that didn't cost any additional money. That was all part of that process. So that employee component, I think that Councilor Johnson brought forth is something we should seriously consider as well. Councilor Freely, and then we'll go to Councilor Paulson. Councilor Freely.
I like the idea, Brian. I mean, I know Chad a little bit, and I just know he's a professional to the nth degree, and you collaborating with him to oversee this facility and have crossover between the two, I think benefits not just our community, but the communities that neighbor us as well. So I hope that you continue to pursue the discussion, and I mean, I would welcome you to. I think this is and we're talking about $20,000 if it was done that way, as opposed to $200,000 if it was exclusive to city?
For staffing.
For staffing.
For staffing. We still have to work out equipment maintenance, all of those things.
Right.
Are we providing that? Is the YMCA providing that? Is it a partnership in providing it? If we're doing it by ourselves, obviously we're going to have to go and lease or purchase the equipment. If it's a partnership, how does that look? Those are all things that have to get worked out.
The 19.9 is
Staff only.
But then that eliminates the need for the 196?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
financially,
yeah. I mean, I think,
and the 19.9 still allows us to generate revenue.
Right.
In what Chad and I are brainstorming at this point. Again, no formal conversations. It's just basically what I'm presenting to you from on here that Chad and I have talked about is you're getting a sneak peek at Chad and I going out to coffee and brainstorming.
Right.
It is nothing official. If you would like a memorandum of understanding type look to something like this, I'd be happy to sit down with Chad or anybody else. I do know that we have several other fitness providers in the area. So it would be up to the city council as to if we would like to do an RFP process for this, or if, since the YMCA has been involved with us since before the vote and through all of the processes, if we would just like to continue to go that route.
I think like having Chad involved and his personnel involved and the popularity of his existing programming involved to bring to the MECC is a great idea. So I would suggest moving forward with continued discussions.
Thank you, Councilor Freely. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Brian, for putting all this together. This is,
Yes.
this is one of the bullet points I had highlighted for today's conversation, so I do appreciate it. And as you outlined there, it makes sense in my mind, and it's allowing me to also understand the facilities manager. So this is kind of something that will be off of their plate if we go
Correct.
into this more of a management style from the YMCA.
Remember the design of the facility, it's almost like 3 separate facilities under one roof that do have the ability to work all together. But this portion of the building, I mean, once you have fitness equipment in there and dance classes going, we're not going to be able to transform those rooms into a boardroom or a meeting room without it being really, really unattractive and not an appealing thing. Plus, if we are operating as a fitness center and you come to work out today and are greeted with a sign on the door that says, "I'm sorry, the gym is closed today because such and such organization is using it for a meeting," you're not going to be happy because you would have paid a membership for this. If we were to do this with no membership, that anybody from the public can just walk in and use it, you are slapping businesses, existing businesses in the community in the face. Because why would I pay a membership to a gym if I can go work out at the Mech for free? Not only that, but the care people are going to take and the pride people are going to take in the building would be greatly diminished if you get it for free.
Thank you, Brian. And I think, that being said, I think at even some of our design team meetings, we've talked about maybe potential users or utilizers. And one, I think, someone brought forward, and I don't know if it was Greg, if you brought that forward on the Essentia cardiac rehab.
Yes.
That. So I think this is encouraging, but as you go forward, I would bring in as many into the conversation that you guys feel comfortable with, to just assess what your equipment needs are, or what population you'll be serving, and then, bring
I
that
envision
forward.
it being a gymnasium, or the fitness component of this would serve all age ranges. My kinesiology and anatomy classes have taught me that we probably want to limit the free weights to those over the age of 15, just for the development of bone and muscle structures and things like that. In addition, I believe probably our insurer would require us to have something like that in place, just so younger kids that are 10, 12 aren't going in there and trying to pump up and ending up doing damage to their body that we would be liable for. But those are all bridges that we have to cross here in the future.
And I really appreciate this. It helps me put a perspective in my mind of how that's going to function. And like Councilor Friedlieb, I would be comfortable moving forward with continued discussions, and I don't know if that needs to be done in a formal process, but I like where both of you are going with this.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to Councilor Johnson and then or to Councilor Bearable, then on to Councilor Johnson, it's important that, whatever this fitness component is, you're competing with private business. There's no question about it. Unless you go for an RFP and get a private already existing fitness facility to move in there, that's a revenue generator for us on a monthly basis. They put the equipment, they bring the equipment, they put the equipment, they rent the space for us. They want to sell the memberships, that's fine. but they pay us an extra monthly fee, which we have a guaranteed fee, which to do that. So that's another avenue to pursue, because you want to be able to provide a fitness facility that's going to give you strength, stamina, flexibility, power, and speed, all that part of that, whether it's respiratory, cardiovascular respiratory endurance, whether it's free weights, whatever the case may be. And of course, you always have the educational component with the students, particularly the ice hockey personnel. They have the locker rooms there. They can come early, work out, or work out after they get done. There was a concern, or there was a question early on, some discussions about having a weight room facility that's there. So I think I'm in agreement with all so far that's expressed their views, that we at least continue to review that process, move forward, and come up with a plan, and bring in as many parties together as possible to see what we can do in this arena for fitness. Thank you. Councilor Baraboo, and then on to Councilor Johnson.
Now, I think to protect Brian a little bit, we should, at least as a council, give him authorization to continue negotiations with the YMCA as a motion from the council. I don't believe he has to go out for RFPs. That's a professional service, basically, with an entity like the YMCA. And I believe aren't they a 501c3 corporation, if I remember correctly? They may or may not be. I don't remember for sure.
I don't know if it's 501c3 or 501.
The other, yeah.
The other one, but they are a nonprofit type entity.
Yeah. So that gives us a little bit, because we're basically in the same status in the end. We end up nonprofit too. So I would make a motion, we just authorize Brian to continue talking with the YMCA on this with, if he needs to have the administration involved or John involved, whoever you need involved.
I'll support.
Okay, moved by Councilor Baraboo, supported by Councilor Freely, to direct staff to continue with negotiations with the YMCA for a partnership in the MECC fitness area. Further discussion. I have a quick question, and then go to Councilor Johnson. Is that, by exclusively using the YMCA as a partnership negates other opportunities for other fitness experts or fitness facilities to have the opportunity to utilize that facility or bid on that facility or to use it as a revenue stream in that facility. So you may get some pushback and some feedback with respect to that as we move forward with that. But I'm fine. We can negotiate. I don't have a problem with doing that. But, by just exclusively looking at the YMCA only, I think it's, we've had discussed on other things that, when you're giving an exclusivity to one party without giving anybody else the opportunity, creates a myriad of problems, particularly in the public sector. So that just as a thought moving forward. Councilor Johnson.
I've noticed that Sherry's light's been on, so I would ask if I could defer to her to get her input.
Okay, Sherry, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea, but I'm sure that I would like to see the city attorney, myself, and the city administrator involved in this, just because when you're going to get down to the number crunching, these numbers are a little bit off, or we're not figuring in the benefits. And I don't want to misunderstand something here. It's all new and in the early stages, but is this employee going to be, or these employees going to be city employees? Then we have to take in benefits. Also was brought up earlier about employee discounts, which Brian, step in anytime if I'm wrong, but you can't give as a public entity using tax dollars. You cannot give employees discounts.
Right. And I think that's all part of this process involving all city staff, including finance, when it comes to these negotiations, and particularly if city employees are involved. And for me, I don't think this is any place for a city employee to be involved myself. But that being said, we'll see we'll see where this negotiations, these discussions take us. Councilor Johnson.
Just offer the one more bridge to cross, being Vaha, and how do they and their use of the facilities fit into the partnership and fees?
Yes.
So,
and to answer Sherry's question on page 71, for my budget figures for the positions, I did add in 50%. I did add in the taxes and benefits based on information that Britt had given me of what percent to utilize for both our full-time and part-time positions, trying to get a realistic ballpark. It's not hammered down because the positions haven't been negotiated yet, but this was just to give a ballpark idea of what it would cost if the city were to run it. Further answer of Sherry's questions, if it is a city-operated facility, it would be city employees. If it is a partnership, it would not be city employees that would be working it. It would basically be a contract that we would be doing, kind of like we have the Lundins, who have taken a tremendous load off of me in the marketing and everything of the building, and they've done a tremendous job. If we were to partner with, say, the YMCA, then that takes that component of the building off of me, and I only have to get involved when there is a problem, which fitness facilities have problems. We live in a small town. I know somebody is going to have an issue in the fitness facility, either with a piece of equipment or a YMCA staff member, and they're going to call me. And that's part of my job, is to deal with that. I would also, if we had a partnership, then be dealing with Chad or whoever is over that in rectifying and solving that problem, because not only is it our image, it is also the image of whoever we have contracted with that we would need to be looking out for.
Thank you. And just one more comment. You know, there's a lot of things moving on when the motion is to negotiate only with the YMCA, nobody else. So that's what the motion on the floor is. So for me, it's about staffing, the insurance that has to be paid, because even though if it's a partnership, we're going to have some issues with respect to insurance in case somebody gets injured. And there has to be a staff person, I think, and that'll get later on down into the weeds. Whenever there's somebody under age of a certain age, somebody has to be present at the time, particularly when working in the weight system, because that's what the law requires, and that's what the insurance company requires. So that's adds to your staff. So all those are things to move forward, but I'm comfortable with sitting forward in negotiating, at least right now with the YMCA, but I think we have to look beyond that as well, moving forward. It has to be, we have to be all-inclusive. Councilor Paulson.
Mayor, so are you kind of saying that maybe we're not including other people potentially from our community or surrounding communities that may want to have an opportunity to come to the table?
Yeah, the motion on the floor is to negotiate with the YMCA. That's the motion.
I mean, I would be okay opening it up. I don't know how that would affect anyone or any discussion, but if what I'm hearing you say is that you feel that there might be certain other entities in our community that would like the opportunity to come forward and have a conversation, then I think we should be mindful and respectful of that, and I'd be fine with that as part of the motion if whoever made the motion would change it.
Yeah, thank you. And just an example, the Heritage Center in Duluth has a partnership, but it was with the Boys and Girls Club. It's not has to do with fitness, but there is that partnership, and that was who wants that space. Let's take a look at who will pay to enter that space. So by being more inclusive than just the YMCA, I think if we gave our city Park and Rec director the latitude, and you continue to talk with YMCA, do whatever you want, but maybe, you know, as we drill down to the what we actually want and need up there, maybe, you know, it's not just the YMCA, it has to be other entities, from my perspective, they have to be involved in that conversation, so we're all inclusive. Councilor Baraboo?
That's why I asked the question, and if you want a legal opinion from our city attorney, we can certainly get one. That's why I asked, because I don't believe there's any other 501Cs of whatever type, or Ds or whatever those Bs in the community that have fitness centers and stuff, and stuff. That's why I specifically asked that question, because then it alleviates you from putting in for-profit entities in that building if you have that status. Brian, can you kind of give us a direction on that?
Brian is muted.
Mayor and Council Baraboo, I tend to agree. I think what the city may want to avoid is getting involved with a for-profit business here. I think a partnership with a nonprofit entity may be the way to go.
That's why I brought it up that way. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you for the opinion, Brian. So there is a motion on the floor to direct our staff to work with the YMCA and to come up with some kind of a strategy moving forward for that fitness center. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, just one
Counselor
quick,
Baraboo.
just one quick. In the end, if we don't agree with what comes up, we can always reject it. So we have that option in the end.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we have one more item on the agenda. I know the Lundin Group is going to giving a update. I know this has been a long meeting. Would you mind if we just took 5 minutes? Because I don't know how long this is going to take. What would you anticipate? Not very long?
I would hope that this would not take very long at all, just to give an update as to where we are
Okay.
in our reservation or in bookings and everything, unless there's a counselor that can let me know that they have a lot of questions with this. I'd
Okay.
recommend pushing through it in under 5 minutes.
Okay, well, let's push through it then.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Tyler and Tracy at this point. You heard me, under 5 minutes to get this done, gentlemen.
Well, that's you could take as much time as you need.
Sounds great. Can everyone hear me okay?
Could you crank up the tunes a little bit more?
Yeah, let me turn it up a little bit here. All right, so yeah, thank you for having us today. Bookings have been going really well. Really impressed with how the weddings are coming along. You know, the question that we're getting a lot is when everyone's going to be able to tour the facility, and of course, with being under construction. Right now, we're selling the renderings and the construction photos that we have, and we're getting really good response. We've booked 3 weddings here in the last week, answered a lot of questions, and the overall response from the pricing and everything is just absolutely great. All concerns have been addressed, and everything has been great. And it's going really, really well. I was talking to one of the wedding bookings, and they were about ready to book in Duluth. And then he saw one of our Facebook ads and saw our 21 and 21 promotion. And he said that he was coming in about $5,000 under budget, doing it at the Mech with all the same whistles and trinkets as he would having it in Duluth. So that was a really good win for us. It felt really good. The general response that we've got in regards to the pricing and the overall experience that the Mech is going to bring to the area has been great. And we're getting a lot of people coming over with us from the current miners. I spoke with one of the current occupants yesterday, and we're getting her events going on in the next few months here planned out, and just working out the details, and going to have her in for a tour. And it's just been really well. The response has been great. We're getting weddings coming in. Brian, I'm not sure how many weddings there were currently being held at the current miners building, but 3 weddings booked right now for a building that's not booked is huge. I can tell you that my brother is getting married this summer here, and he with weddings, people want to be visual. It's a special day. They want to be able to walk through and everything, and showing that we have weddings alone booked, it's just been really good so far, and I'm really happy with what we have on the books. I do want to make one point, because I know Brian brought it up earlier during the hotel discussion. We did get some feedback on a trade show. It was going to be potentially a 200 exhibitor trade show. That would have been 200 people in beds, and it was actually the kind of like the pattern it was going in was midweek into the weekend. And with hotels, with my background, it's really hard to fill beds during the week in particular markets. I have gotten pretty close with Jane, the general manager of the Comfort Inn, and then Jim as well over at the American and Super 8. And I've been working with them currently with Beth Pierce as well with Iron Range Tourism on working on getting a big event here in I believe it was 2022. We're working on that right now as I've been sitting listening throughout the morning here, and it's been going really well. We're building really good relationships with community leaders on the hotel end and with the Tourism Bureau as well. On May 4th here, Beth invited me to take the ambassador training for the Iron Range Tourism, so I will be taking that 4-hour class because we are going to be working very closely with our local community members to get more of these bigger name events into town, and working with the hotels is how we're going to make it happen. So it's been going really well. We have a bunch of events coming in, so we're really excited about that.
I think, can I add one thing to what Tyler, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Tracy.
No, nobody ever accused me of not having a loud voice. I think that considering we're just getting to this process right now of being able to book, the number of bookings that have come in this rapidly are somewhat, well, very, very positive, because keep in mind, we've been at this since September 22nd, but we didn't really even have a contractor agreement from the city that we could have a potential renter sign until just very recently. And, as evidenced by the meeting just now, not even all the pricing has been completed. So we've been kind of waiting in some cases to book, yes, for the building to be built, but also for pricing to be firmly established. Now we have the nonprofit thing established, and any hiccups that did come along the way with booking were because pricing wasn't established yet. And frankly, we couldn't answer questions that some clients or potential clients wanted to have answered. But I think that's clearing up rapidly now.
Thank you. Tracy, I have one question for you. Tracy and Tyler, I know that you've been doing your due diligence, and you're not just taking orders over the phone or those kind of things. You've been actively promoting and making inquiries to a variety of potential vendors and users of the MECC facility. And I know that we, as a city council, have been in discussions and trying to move toward making sure that we have the proper personnel in place for the MECC facility in order to accommodate some of the bookings that you have. But aside from the bookings, I'm not asking you to provide any proprietary information, because I know, based on my understanding, that there are some potential individuals involved or entities that want to maybe pursue an advertisement or the naming rights of a building or of a room or whatever the case may be. And so we don't have all our mechanisms in place. So we don't have a facilities manager / hospitality coordinator or whatever that we're still working diligently on that. And so by not having, those decisions made yet, we hope to have that done, but we're not having that yet. Does that have an adverse effect on, or does it have a delayed effect on anybody who's interested in investing over the long term or the short term with respect to advertisements and naming rights within the MECC?
Ty, do you want me to take this, or do you want to take it?
Yeah, go ahead, Deb.
I guess I can kind of answer a blanket. Of course, the more information and the more moving parts and pieces in place make the job that much easier. I would like, to be, I guess I'd like to be on record. I was a little disappointed by a comment yesterday that insinuated we might be getting paid too much to answer phone calls and write things on calendars. And frankly, I think most of you know that is not what the Lundin Group does. We are invested in the community. I am doing absolutely, and I know Tyler is every day doing absolutely everything within our power to promote Virginia, promote the MECC, and to make this a venue a success. And a lot of that comes down to discussions we've had about pricing and things. We want it to be successful financially and from a calendar standpoint. But also we want the community to thrive, and the community needs to thrive to make this venue thrive. And, just to let the counselors and everyone know listening, I personally have a lot of connections over the years. And I think one of your counselors probably already knows this. I've sent a number of possible economic developers up to Virginia to take a look at the community. You've got world-class bicycle trails. We had a bike manufacturer up there a month or two ago looking at lease space and checking out the community. I'm promoting Virginia, and I know Tyler is any chance we can, because that will ensure the success of the MECC. Sorry if I got long-winded.
No, and I think that's a good point you bring out, because if we just sell the MECC, this project will fail. We need to sell the whole community. The two go tie together. We have to work with the caterers. We have to sell the food. We have to sell the hotels. We have to sell every possible community, anything that the community has in regards to mom and pop shops on the strip, to hotels, to restaurants. We have to sell that with the MECC, because that's how the MECC is going to succeed. And that's why we're working so closely with Beth Pierce and the hotels and the restaurants in the area to make sure that we're doing this right. And we are doing it right. I feel very confident that all the steps we have taken, from the start, the research we did with the pricing, from everything is going well. And, the way that we're doing it, of selling not just the MECC, but the city itself with the MECC and the community, is how this is going to be successful. And it is going to be successful if we keep working together and working with the community. And there's no doubt in my mind that that's going to stop, because it's going well. And the only way the MECC will fail is if we don't all work together and we don't be involved with the community. And we're doing that, and it's going well. And I'm really proud with the work we've done, from the website to all the graphics and all the bookings. Everything's showing. There's always going to be hiccups. There's always going to be comments regarding pricing. And the thing I like to remember is it's like moving to a brand new place, and you're seeing all this brand new, and you're getting a little bit of sticker shock when you see things. But I think a lot of that is going to change, and some of the perception is going to change when we have that grand opening that September, the week of the 20th, and we open the doors. You're going to be able to see physical, things, rather than just renderings, great renderings that we've had, and they've been great sales tools. But I think there's going to be a lot of doubts or questions that are going to be answered when people walk through the door, because the building is going to speak for itself. And it is going to speak for itself. And that's all I have to say in regards to that.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. And, as we say way back in the day, failure is not an option, and that's for you and for all of us. So, Councilor Johnson.
One thing I would ask, Brian, that when we have these updates, if we could, I know the Isaac Group gave us a pro forma that, I don't know, it was 2 additional weddings a year. And if we could just have that little reminder as we get where there's already 3 weddings booked, those kind of things, just so that we know that, to bring us back to the very, very basics they guessed at, that would at least get us close to even. And looking at this list, we're already past that. So that would be one request. And then I just want to thank Tyler and Tracy for the update. Tyler, the Certified Ambassador Program is amazing. I've done it, Britt's done it, and I think a few others have done it. It demonstrates your commitment to us. And I always try to remember that what you guys are doing isn't flashy, and it's not public, and it's not anything that we can track directly, because the seeds you're planting today may not grow until September. But I truly believe that what we're investing in with you, we have some other contracts, some of the other folks that we have contracts with that we annually review with almost no question. And I feel like we're getting a bigger bang for our bucks with you than we do with some of those other folks. So I appreciate what you're doing, and thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councilor Johnson. So we have an update. Does any of the councilor have any questions or comments with respect to the update given by the Lundin Group, Tracy and Tyler? Hearing none. Brian, do you have anything more to offer with respect to this?
Nope, I'm ready to sit down for the day.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well deserved. And we have one other item on the agenda, and that's other items of concern. Does any counselor right now have anything else you'd like to bring up under other items of concern? This is actually a special council meeting, but we've added other items of concern on there for whatever reason. So we do. Counselor Johnson. Pam?
I was just going to ask if we wanted to schedule the meeting with the Patel group today.
Well, we
Any
should,
preferences, or?
we should schedule a meeting as soon as we can.
Okay.
And let all the counselors know,
Yep.
make sure that their schedules will accommodate.
8 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
8 o'clock.
In the morning, 8
Would it-
o'clock?
Could we do it before the committee of the whole meeting?
Well, that might take longer than an hour.
That's the 20th.
We could have it on a different day if you're available.
Do it next Tuesday morning at 8? That's council meeting.
Council meeting's Tuesday night, so Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock, would that work for you, Counselor Beyondich?
Or could we do it at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon and run into the council meeting? I mean, I'm just trying to
With them,
piggyback them.
I have the email, so I will be in contact with them to find out if that would work, so whatever.
Yeah, well, that's fine, whatever. I'm not available in the afternoon. I have a meeting in Duluth, and I won't be back that day, but that's fine. You can have the meeting then with the Patel group. I don't need to be there. But so whatever accommodates the rest of the
Monday
council
also.
schedule is good for me. So,
Monday mornings too.
so as a Counselor Freely.
Well, I just do see that on Tuesday the 13th, there's 10 o'clock a.m. street construction meeting
Yeah,
at the miners? Okay.
yeah.
But, yeah, so that may be tight if you,
I'll be at that meeting.
Well, I mean, Counselor Beyondich, the Tuesday afternoon,
Day after
we do it-
3:30, that would be great.
if the Patel group is available to come up that period of time and that soon of a notice, can we check and see? Is everybody amenable to the 3:30 in the afternoon on next Tuesday? Did that work for everybody? Okay, maybe if we could notify the Patel group and see if they're available to come up and talk starting at 3:30, that'd be fine. I may or may not be there, but Counselor Bearable can run the meeting and you can do what you got to do. So we're having this meeting is, how are we going to title this meeting? A special council meeting?
Special.
Pardon? Special meeting, okay, very good, thank you. Okay, so until then, so we'll take a look at 3:30 next Tuesday in the event that they are available to come up and give us a presentation. Counselor Beyondich.
Thank you. I have concerns, and maybe it's just me, but when we schedule our meetings, we have a lot of special meetings. Is there any way we can start sliding those into?
That's what we tried to do with the committee of the whole meeting. But we're having these meetings because of the MECC. And I think as these progress, as the summer moves on, I think they should dissipate. I hope that they will. Thank you. Counselor Johnson.
My was, I'd like to make a motion that we schedule our September, I think it's 23rd council meeting in the ballroom at the Miners as part of the opening week. If we're going to have the technology that we just voted on, I think it would be appropriate as a council that we attend a meeting and make sure that we are set up to have that meeting at the Miners in the new ballroom.
Yeah, that makes sense. In conjunction with, I'm sure you're planning to bring forward with us, Brian, and staff, a celebratory open house week or whatever. We'll have all kinds of events. One of those events would be to hold a city council meeting there as well. So, I mean, if you want to make that in the form of a motion, Counselor Johnson, please do so.
The committee of the whole is the 21st, and the council meeting would be the 28th.
So we're doing both there? Or just the council meeting? Okay, so the motion on the floor, Counselor Johnson, is to hold a council meeting on September the 28th in the ballroom at the Miners. Is there support for that?
I'll support.
Support by Counselor Paulson. Any further discussion? Euler? Anyone? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, no other business to come before this special meeting today. We will stand adjourned. The time is 11:40 a.m.
Do I need to send the invoice for the ballroom too? I'll see what he wants to do.
Go to the site now, Brian.